Hi. This is the first Indigenous Knowledge Institute Intersection Symposium beamed out of the University of Melbourne. I'm Aaron Corn, the inaugural director of the Indigenous Knowledge Institute there. And before we do anything else, I'd like to introduce the wonderful Stacey Piper of the Jitty Jitty Aboriginal Women's Dance group to give her welcome to country.
Thank you, Aaron. Bladumnyang wangat, nadanik Stacey, Wadanjedi Willamik, Wadanjedi Balakut, Mundanai Murukgalada Bidinang, Mundanai Liwik Bulok Nugalik, Mundanai Banjul Wa Balayan, Bellen, Mundanai Elders Community Ba Bubups Ba Burais, Mundanai Willamik, Ba Mundanai Kiddup. So in the Woiwurrung language, which is the language of the Wurundjeri people, my family, I introduce myself. My name is Stacey. I'm a proud Wurundjeri, Dja Wurrung and Nurayla Wurrung woman. I acknowledged my ancestors, which are the Liwik. We always acknowledge our ancestors first for, their work in paving the way and ensuring our survival here on this country. I acknowledge the Bididung, which is the proper name for the Yarra River, which flows nearby me and probably many of you. I acknowledged the Bunjul and Wa and Balayan and Bellen. So they're totems of the Wurundjeri people, or moieties and totems. So, and totems is, a term that we use in mainstream, but really we call them spirit protectors. So Bunjul obviously is our creator spirit here in the southeast, in Wurundjeri country and many of the fallen nations. And Bunjul takes the physical form of a wedge-tailed eagle. And I acknowledge Wa, which Wa is the crow or the raven, a beautiful big black bird that is the protector of country. And then we have, so they're the moieties, the two moieties, and they form part of a traditional governance system, if you like, to ensure, we wouldn't marry into each other's tribes. There's a whole sort of governance structure that falls underneath that. Then I acknowledged Balayan, the bat, and Balayan is Bunjul's brother, and Balayan is the protector of the waterways. So I really acknowledge Balayan strongly in my welcome to countries because, I very much focused on protecting country, but waterways as well, and, instilling that even in the next generation, how important it is that we protect our waterways and be proud of the fact that we have some of the most beautiful rivers and the most clean drinking water in the world. Then I acknowledge Bellen, which is the Currawong, and that spirit protector is also the guardian of the wind. And I acknowledge Bellen because today, I can hear the wind blowing strong, and it's been the case for a while across space. And I feel like the wind country, or the Murrumbidgee, has been cleansing the air and country. So it's something we can't see, but it's very powerful. And not finally, but I acknowledge my elders, my community. I acknowledge the Bubups and Burais, which are the children and babies, our future generations and knowledge holders. I acknowledge all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who have tuned in today. I acknowledge all your ancestors and your homes and the lands from which you're tuning in from. I acknowledged the Kiddup finally, which is all our friends, and that's everyone who's tuned in, and everyone who's a part of the University of Melbourne and the Indigenous Knowledge Institute of Knowledges and or Indigenous Knowledge Institute. And I just want to say thank you for inviting us here to welcome you, but also share a little bit about the Jitty Jitty. So in the Woiwurrung language, we say welcome, Mama Jika, which my elders have given me permission to do, so I can welcome you to country. And that really loosely translates to come with purpose. So woman meaning come, Je is it giving you an instruction, Ka, I suppose, purpose to do. So come with purpose. I'm sure many of you have a huge purpose for being here today, and also in your respective spaces where you're doing your incredible work. So for me, I will talk about just quickly the Jitty Jitty dance group. I was trying to put the background on with all the dancers in the background, but it didn't work. But yeah, we are made up of a large number of Wurundjeri women, and we're all related through Annie Borate, which was William Barrack's sister. And we acknowledge her because a lot of our women's voices were silenced when invasion took place. Among many things that happened, yeah, the journals don't really document the words of our patriarchs. So we all come from Annie, womb connection through some very strong grandmothers. And obviously we honour our men and our warriors and the men who fought very hard to ensure that people of Corranderk particularly were self-determined and were able to prove, I suppose, their worth on their own country, but on a mission where, you know, Corranderk is a place that represents oppression and dispossession, but it also is a place of success. And, you know, through our Indigenous knowledges and our knowledge of country and our sciences, we were able to make Corranderk a huge success. So I always honour my ancestors for that as well. Clever, they're so clever. So the Jitty Jitty, we do a ceremony every year. Well, obviously, the last 2 years we haven't been able to. We're looking forward to that again this year. So around this time of the year, or a little bit earlier, probably more November, we gather up on Badger Creek, which is a part of Corranderk, and we do a coming of age ceremony. So it's the Murum Turkaruk ceremony, which was a ceremony that was practiced, a coming of age ceremony. It was practiced traditionally for thousands of generations, but it hadn't been practiced for over 185 years. So thanks to Auntie Irene Morris and Auntie Di Kerr, as well as Mandy Nicholson, they woke that back up. So we've been doing that for about 7 years now. And during that ceremony, we instill the values of Bunjil's law into, and our cultural values into the younger ones and the ones coming of age. We welcome the babies to country. They receive their spirit protector or totem, and the little ones receive their emu feather skirt, the Dilbanine. We make them while we're up there for the weekend. And the older girls receive their possum skirt. And what comes with the possum skirt is great responsibility. So if you muck up, you get your possum skirt taken off you and you need to earn it back. So yeah, mainly the values, that there's many, and they come through in the songs and dances as well. We teach the songs and the dances, which then teaches them language. So, you know, the little ones sing their songs and are learning their language, and it's happening, sort of restoring the balance. It's happening at a very young age or when they're babies, which is, you know, for me, it was when I was an adult. So I love the fact that it's being restored to where it should be. So on the inside of our skirts, we burn our spirit protectors. So mine is Dan Dan, the rainbow lorikeet, and that's Bunjil's helper. So I was given that by my elders, and yeah, take that very seriously. And yeah, lots of different values come with that, but I suppose it represents your personality as well. So I'm a very loud and proud and colourful person. So I think Dan Dan really suits my personality. So, and as well as that, we make river reed necklaces. So that's very distinct for our mob down here. Lots of weaving, but also we made these beautiful river reed necklaces. So we make those and yeah, perform our ceremony and dance. Basically, I could be here all day talking about Jitty Jitty and what we do, but what I will do is leave it there, and I look forward to being a part of Melbourne University next year as part of the Atlantic Fellows for Social Equity. I'll be studying full-time, and it's, yeah, a new exciting journey. So I welcome you all to country today, and I hope you have a great symposium. And I thank you again for inviting me and the Judy Judies representing my mob event. So thank you, and Nungojin.
Stacey Piper, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you for such a rich and generous welcome. And thank you for also joining the Atlantic Fellows for Social Equity program at the University of Melbourne next year. If you'd like to talk about what Jitty Jitty do all day, I think we could probably arrange that sometime next year. So let's talk. Okay, so look, today begins the last of a series of 3 meetings we've been running this week, not just 1, but 3, in partnership with the National Recording Project for Indigenous Performance in Australia, the University of Divinity around spiritual dialogues, and the Musicological Society of Australia. And all of this is to mark an overarching event, which is the 20th Symposium on Indigenous Music and Dance, which began at the Garma Festival in 2002, convened by our very own Associate Provost, Professor Marcia Langton, Professor Alan Marrett, who then was at the University of Sydney, the late great frontman of the Yuh-Fen Indie band, Mandawa Yunapingu, and IATSIS, the Australian Institute for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies. So welcome everybody, and thank you for joining us at this really great event today. I'd like to thank right up front all the people from those organisations I just mentioned for their wonderful support, and of course all of our colleagues at the University of Melbourne, and also Ananguku Arts for providing important speaker access out of Adelaide. I also want to thank our partners at Offstage Events and Mark and Rebecca from Sweeney Interpreting for helping to produce today and create this wonderful look and sound. Finally, I have to thank right up front the amazing team at the Indigenous Knowledge Institute, our manager Kirsten Clark, our producer and production project officer Brittany Carter, our Director Research Capability Associate Professor Michael Sean Fletcher, and my Research Associate Dr. Anthea Skinner, as well as the University of Melbourne's brilliant leadership, which is exceedingly supportive of what we do. And today I'll acknowledge in person, amongst many others, our amazing Vice Chancellor, Professor Duncan Maskell, Associate Provost, Professor Marcia Langton, and our incoming Pro-Vice Chancellor, Indigenous for 2022, Professor Barry Judd. And Marcia and Barry are both joining us in various capacities throughout today. We have 4 quite diverse, interdisciplinarily focused panels that follow today. The first is Global Perspectives on Continuity and Change with speakers from Taiwan, Brazil, Aotearoa, and Australia. Following that is a panel on sky knowledge and performance traditions in Australian desert tradition. The third is a panel on engineering and aquaculture in Indigenous knowledge practice within Australia. And to close out, we have a film screening and discussion on the cultural ecology of Timor-Leste, caring for bees in a divided land. So I'd like to thank all of our speakers and all of you in the audience out there today, joining us and contributing so wonderfully and generously. We really hope you enjoy and learn something new from today's sessions. And we are running ahead of time, but I think if everybody's okay with that, I'm happy to go ahead right now and introduce the first panel. Can I just get confirmation that that's a good idea? Yep, you're on screen. So that's a brilliant idea, isn't it? So look, I'm sharing this first panel, and it is on global perspectives on cultural continuity and change with the wonderful speakers you can see in front of you here from 4 countries. And I'll go through and introduce each one of them, because we have quite a lot of time to do that because we're running slightly ahead. So first I'll introduce Pakawyan, who's from the Puyuma village of the Taiwanese indigenous ethnic group, and I apologize if I pronounce anything incorrectly, the Piyunu Mayan. Born in 1938, Akawyan has had a long and distinguished career as a teacher and choreographer and has worked with various indigenous peoples in Taiwan to maintain their unique music and dance traditions. In 1980, she established the Taiwan High Mountain Dance, Theatre, Culture and Art Service Troupe to strengthen the performance traditions of her own people, and has since received many national honours and recognition of her work, including the Golden Perseverance Award. She has been an artistic director at the Puyuma chapter of the Taiwanese National Theatre's Indigenous Music and Dance series, and we are very, very honoured to have you here today. Thank you very much. Speaking with Akawyan from Taiwan is Professor Yuh-Fen Tseng, who received her PhD from Taipei National University of the Arts, majoring in ethnomusicology, and Master of Arts degree from New York University, majoring in piano performance. She is currently professor at the music department of the National Chiayi University in Taiwan. Knowing that Indigenous cultural heritage is vanishing quickly, Yuh-Fen has been long devoted to the preservation of Taiwanese Indigenous music and dance through her collaborations with Taiwanese Indigenous peoples. Her representative work includes Legend of the White Stone Mountain, a video recording of the oral traditions of the Sedic people and Truku people, and an improvisational study on the vocal music of Sedic and Truku. So thank you for being here today, Yuh-Fen. It's great to see you again. From Brazil, joining us is Professor José Jorge de Carvalho, who holds a PhD in social anthropology from the Queen's University of Belfast. He is a professor of anthropology at the University of Brasilia and head of the Institute of Inclusion in Higher Education. In 2010, he initiated the project Meeting of Knowledges that now spans across Brazil as a national network, 20 different universities, which is extraordinary every time I read that out and think about it. And that Meeting of Knowledges program is designed to invite masters of oral knowledge traditions of Indigenous and other traditional peoples to teach in universities with equal status, recognition and respect as academic professors. The aim of all the efforts that José is involved in is to help build a multi-ethnic, multiracial and pluralistic academy within universities in Brazil. So José, again, great to see you. Thank you for being here. From Aotearoa, otherwise known as New Zealand, is Dr. Meri Haami, who just completed a PhD researching Waiata from the Whanganui region within a kaupapa Māori and eco-musicological context. She has also been a project coordinator and researcher at Te Atawhai, or Te Ao, which is an independent kaupapa Māori research institute which engages with the environmental and health issues based in Whanganui. Finally, last but certainly not least, is my very, very dear colleague, Professor Marcia Langton, AO, who is an Aboriginal woman of Yiman descent from Australia. She's an anthropologist and geographer with a strong track record on Aboriginal alcohol use and harms, family violence, Aboriginal land tenure, management of environments and native title, and aspects of Aboriginal culture, art and performance, and the shift to modernity. Marcia has held the Foundation Chair of Australian Indigenous Studies at the University of Melbourne since 2000 and was appointed Associate Provost of the University of Melbourne in 2017. She's also a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Social Sciences, a Fellow of Trinity College at the University of Melbourne, and an honorary fellow of Emmanuel College at the University of Queensland, and was awarded the AO in the Order of Australian scheme last year, if I recall correctly. But that is a very small insight into the many, many wonderful things that Marcia does. So again, we're exceedingly privileged to have you here today, and thank you for your time. Thank you everybody for joining us. So we were briefly able a week or so ago to discuss rules of engagement for how we proceed today. People in the audience will no doubt appreciate that we're doing this across 4 continents and 4 time zones, or, you know, more or less 4 countries and 4 time zones rather. And, you know, there are some operational hurdles in putting all this together, but the general rules of engagement were we were going to ask speakers from Taiwan first, then Brazil, then New Zealand, and then Brazil to speak for roughly 10 minutes each and do your own piece. And then Marcia and I can come in and try and generate some dialogical engagement and ask some questions after that. We also have the facility, just so everybody knows, to bring in speaker questions. So I'm about to introduce Akawyan and Yuh-Fen to speak, and then I will go and work out how to look at speaker questions. But again, thank you for being here. Akawyan and Yuh-Fen, are you ready to start?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So I'll hand over to you. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Aaron. So today, I think because our team, our Taiwanese team, we have, I have to translate. So first of all, Akawyan, let's say hello. It's our 我们跟大家说问好一下，我们现在就要开始报告，现在是我们的时间 ，so 跟大家问个好。
好，大家好。
Yeah. Okay, Akawyan is saying hello to everyone.
Inawinytji.
Oh, now Inawinytji is her language. Is hi everybody. How are you? Yeah, and because we have only limited time, so I decided that today I would be the interviewer and a silent interpreter. So when I would ask a question, yeah, and when she's responding to the question, the screen will show the summary of her speak. So that means we have worked in advance. Yeah, that will save the translation time. Okay, so our topic is Buyuma, a crossroads between indigeneity and modernity. So we're going to tell you a story about the Buyuma tribe. And Akawyan is from this tribe, and she has been doing wonderful things to preserve, to keep the tradition of her culture alive. So it's a story about her village Buyuma, and a story about Mumu Akawyan. Mumu is like a grandma, and so when I call her, because she's the age of 83, so I will call her Mumu Akawyan to show my respect. Okay, Mumu Akawyan, 请你跟我们介绍一下你的部落Buyuma。
哦，
你说好。那
我是Buyuma，比努约玛亚里面的一个大的部落叫Buyuma，Buyuma这个人口差不多有1000个人在现在，有的是在外地。Buyuma的记忆到现在一直都没有停止过，然后我们现在快要年底了，我们就有一个最大的一个大猎祭，这个时候是我们全部落大大小小、老老少少都会聚在一起来庆祝我们的年祭活动。最大的就是我们会有制作凯旋门，然后去迎接 那个我们的勇士从那个猎场回来，那个就是在互相祝平安的一个地方，那个叫做拉罗难。我们还有一个记忆，就是有关于我们的妇女的记忆还有我们少年的记忆。我们还有巫师，我们还有祭司，我们的记忆一直到现在都没有停止过，一直都在继续的在办。最大的我们的在大猎季的时候，马上就要开始的那个大猎季呢，是有一个很大的一个祭，那个叫做颂祭的一个歌。那是比较原始的，一直到现在没有停止过。然后我们还有我们的小米，妇女的小米除草季。妇女的小米除草季是全部落的妇女都要到小米田去除草。之后我们有一个庆祝这个王公庆的一个活动，我们叫做姆嘎木。这个姆嘎木呢，叫姆嘎木。这个在我们部落里面，在妇女里面，这个最盛大的一个活动。我那个是3月份的时候，再过来就是一个7月份的小米感恩季，我们也称它是海祭。我们大概的记忆就是差不多是这样子的。
Okay. So she's explaining the things that I just show on the screen, and now I'm going to ask her to sing the ancient chants that's used in the Mugamut she just mentioned, and explain how it works, because it's a very special and ancient tune, and it's a really beautiful tune. Akawyan, 我们现在在讲那个Mugamut。那你可不可以示范一下这个Emayam 就是这个 Mugamut 唱的这个歌哈？怎么唱？那这个歌，他可以先帮我们念一次这个歌的名字。
我那个 Mugamut 哈，Mugamut 是妇女王公庆的那个一个活动。这个时候我们最大的就是有一种在叙述我们小米除草季，然后木高木的过程的时候，我们就要吟唱这样的一个 Maya Ayam 我们会吟唱 Maya Ayam 的那个歌这个是在叙述我们小米很辛苦的小米除草的过程，还有我们木高木的时候，我们怎么样去采取那个男士为我们准备的那种老藤。那我们木嘎木的时候呢，我们会有这样的一个这个叫导六。我们去小米除草的时候，我们也会用这个来
the instruments when use the ritual。
然后我们在木嘎木的时候，我们全部的那个妇女列队要出去拿那个老藤的时候，我们一路上就是这样，呼呼啊，嘎萨嘎萨嘎啦，伊努杜里嘎那，呼呼呼啊，喂，我们是会
they will be running and singing this. Yeah. 那你可不可以唱一下，就是这个 Imayam 它的
Imayam 的那个歌。这首歌是一定要三部，第一个是老人要那个讲述，然后还有一个高音的回应这个讲述的，然后那个其他的就是在做那个和声合音的，比方说我老人叫做的时候，有一个很高音的回应的。
The respondent. Too early.
这样的时候合音的，它就会在中间，当那个高音的 哒哩呀的呀啦呀，是这样子合音的，都是有这3个合音的那个。
好，我们播一下给他们听。啊啊。Okay, so the music will be just going on, and the lyrics is about the hard working of the millet planting and the things they were doing for this ritual, and the lyrics is was improvising all the time, and only the old and the respected woman can be the leader. And the people who responding and follow for the drum are the younger generation. So during the ritual, they are always saying this. And because of the time, we'll just skip the other rituals, something like a mangangaut is doing after hunting at the end of the year, and they will sing Ilailau, also a very ancient and very beautiful polyphonic chant. So you will see the ritual is still really going on every year in Buyuma. Yeah, but also of course they were the culture were impacted by outside culture. So also the new tradition or new culture are creating. So in this village, there are 3 persons who are really great figures for transmitting and also creating the Buyuma musical tradition. The first one is Lu Shenbao, and he has passed away. And the other one, Chen Guangrong, and the third, Lin Qingmei, which is Pakawyan, our speaker. Yeah, and they have a different contribution. Let Akawyan tell you. Akawyan, 你可以跟我们很简单的讲一下这3位的这个在这个部落里面的贡献，很简单的讲。
哦，那个陆森堡老先生，他是因为喜欢音乐，他就创作了很多有关于我们普悠玛的民谣。最多的是那个美丽的稻穗。陈光荣呢，他在记忆我们的古话，古老的话语，从那个祭典歌词里面，从那个伊莱绕的那个里面，才记录了很多很多古老的那个语言。那他现在我们正在保留这个。我呢，一直从年轻的时候开始，一直到现在，一直在努力在我们自己文化的发扬、文化的保存，然后现在很努力的在做语言的保存和书写记录的。因为我们要记录我们的那个语言，要留下来，要给下一代，有一个依据来看，有书可以依据。我的工作是这样。
好，
谢谢。
Okay, so there are 3 main figures, and they are the age is above 80s. Yeah, and but very interesting. I observed that. As we mentioned, Akawyan, she found a dancing troupe, and in this dancing troupe, they try to transmit the traditional music and dance, but they are a very special phenomenon that's starting from 1993. They apply MIDI version of traditional Buyuma music in their perform, and that's because a personal life change. So I play you a film then you will understand. It's a historical recording that Akawyan performed with Esau, her little brother.
过去在海边上一起是非常多的勇士，曾经在部落里面穿上这种服装，戴上这个花环，那是宝沙。现在他只能够在这里日日拜访，再次欢迎他。
Okay, again, time. So as you see, Esau is totally handicapped, totally paralyzed. So the only part he can move is his head and the mouth. So he used computer to transcribe the traditional tune and make the music another digital edition, and also that made his life like alive again. So this sister and brother, they just touring around Taiwan, and many people were inspired and encouraged by them. So that's why in the Buyuma music we heard the MIDI song. We heard the MIDI song, and okay. And then another thing special about the high mountain dancing troupe is they preserve the tradition, but at the same time, there are many people they were trained and perform with this troupe, and then they went to the popular music circle and they were getting famous, and the star or the musician, popular singer from Buyuma tribe is quite famous in Taiwan. Among them, they were at least 9 musicians won the biggest prize in music prize in Taiwan, the Golden Melody Awards. They got altogether 12 prizes. So the Buyuma is, as we seen, they preserve the tradition, but at the same time, they were famous in Taiwan. They were called as like the Golden Melody Award Village in Taiwan. So, but the special thing about those musicians is they write, they sing, they perform the song written and written in Bunayumayang language. Their ethnic language, and many song is written by the first figure we introduced, Lu Senbao. So the music, the song that Lu Senbao wrote has become a new folk song, become their new tradition. So because the time, I just show one music. It's written by Lu Senbao. The language used is the Pinoy-Yumayang language. Okay, we prepared many songs, but time is limited. So I think we go to our conclusion. The reason I said the topic, Buyuma is the intersection of indigeneity and modernity, they just have a special cultural phenomenon like this. And as my observation, the reason that they can keep the tradition and also create a new tradition with their own their own characters is because they still keep the language, they keep the ritual, and they keep their music and dance. So even the young people from the tribe to go to the capital, to go to the popular music circle, they still carry their culture, their cultural dignity. Yeah. So I think a really important key man is Akawyan Pakawyan. She has really devoted herself. Like this one is no, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Like this one, you can see she has been teaching the young people to teach them about the ritual, about the tradition.
以后我们这个老人家病了，就是你们要说明这些，一代一代的传承下去。
Okay, now she's teaching the young kids to tell them, we are going to pass away, and you are responsible to pass on the tradition generation to generation. She's doing this all her life, and she was also a elementary teacher, but retiring in an early age and devote herself to take care of her the brother Isao, and also to contribute to the tradition. So I think we just introduce Akawyan Pakawyan and her village Wiyuma shortly. If we have chance, maybe we can share more with you. Thank you very much.
Akawyan, Yuh-Fen, thank you so much. It's a great privilege to hear you both speak. Sheshe. Well, we have a generous 40 minutes left. And before I hand to Meri Haami, I'll just remind everybody in the audience, if you type questions into chat, by the time we're ready for them, I will be able to see them and pass them on to speakers. So if not, I'm sure we'll find lots to talk about on our own. But anyway, the next speaker from Aotearoa is Meri Haami. Dr. Meri Haami, thank you so much for being here. I think you're muted.
Kia ora. I'm just trying to share screen. Can you see it? All right. Tēnā tātou katoa, he karakia tēnei. Ko te awa te mata puna o te ora. E rere kau mai te awa nui mai te kāhui maunga ki Tangaroa. Ko au te awa, ko te awa ko au. Ngā manga iti, ngā manga nui e hono hono kauana, ka tupu, hei awa tupua, ti hei mauri ora. Tēnā tātou katoa. Ko reo pehi te maunga, ko wanganui te awa, ko Aotea te waka, ko tama upo ko te tangata, ko Ngāti Ruaka, ko Ngāti Hine Kora, ko ngā hapu, ko te ate anui a pāpārangi, ko Ngāti Rangi, ko ngā rauru ki tahi, ko Ngāti Tūwaretoa, ngā iwi, ko Meri Haami toko ingoa, no Singapore, tōku mama, tēnā tātou katoa. Ka nui te mihi ki a koutou, ka nui te mihi ki hau kāinga ki manakitanga me te aroha ki konei, tēnā tātou katoa. Me wakarongo mai, me kōrero mai, kei te kōrero au kaupapa Māori me te waiata. Tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora everybody, my name is Meri Haami, and I just did a big spiel in Te Reo Māori, which is the Māori language, and I also spoke in my dialect, which is particular to the region that I'm from, which is the Wanganui River. So where I'm from, in our dialect, we drop our H sounds in WH words. So instead of me saying Whanganui River, you'll hear me say Wanganui River. So just a disclaimer as I continue on with my presentation or my kōrero or my discussion, that's what is happening there. I also thanked, I not only introduced myself, I talked about which mountain I descend from, which river I descend from, which is the Wanganui River. I talked about the different tribal nations. As you'll see on the screen, I belong to 4 of them. So those are my tribal nations. I talked about where my ancestral communal place of gathering is, which is called Rana na Marae. And I also talked about the people I come from and where I'm situated and positioned. I also thanked the people who are hosting this. Thank you very much. And also the panel that I'm talking on. I feel very honored to be here. And quite honestly, I don't know why I'm invited, but we're going to see what happens. That's cool. And everyone here is considered to me rangatira or tuakana. So you are all my elders with prestige, and you're all chiefs in your own fields. And I'm very honored to be around you at the moment. So I've been invited, I guess, to talk about kaupapa Māori musical analysis for waiata. Now, as I go through this, I'll talk more about what that title means and I'll translate those for you. But kaupapa Māori, I'm going to dive into anyway. But for now, waiata is our songs. Waiata is a broad definition to encompass all our music traditions, our oral histories. That's the term. Waiata has many forms, but waiata is the broad umbrella term. So I'm from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I am now a senior researcher now that I've handed in my doctorate, and I work at Te Ata Whaioteo. Okay, so I guess I wanted to localize what has happened to us and what is still currently happening to us. As somebody who's from the Wanganui River, who descends from that place, and that river is my ancestor, how has colonization affected us? So I'm going to talk locally, and then I'm going to broaden out to what the Māori reality of colonization has done for us. So for the Wanganui River and for Wanganui iwi, which is my tribal nations, colonization has disrupted, collapsed, radicalized every aspect of being and knowing. The Wanganui River has changed negatively over time due to colonization, which brought the removal of our key food sources, such as the pā-oroa, which is a single fence eelware, along with involuntary chemical exposures, environmental pollution, the Tongariro hydropower scheme, and presently climate change. The impact of these damaging environmental changes to the Wanganui River and its ecology has also negatively affected the health, or it still does today, sociopolitical and spiritual well-being of Wanganui iwi, my tribal nations. So colonization, we're broadening it out to not just where I'm from and my people, but also across Aotearoa, New Zealand. So imperialism and colonization impacted on all Māori, introducing racist ideologies that systematically instated policy and legislation, placing Pākehā as the dominant group. So Pākehā is our term for European settlers, with power over the allocation and control of resources. This control encompassed power over our rivers, our lands, and our mountains, with ideological and social subjugation enforced through placing Māori and our knowledge systems, such as waiata, our songs, as inferior, using white supremacy and racism. So just a side note, waiata, all our songs come from the river, it comes from the mountains, it comes from the sea, it comes from the streams, it comes from the birds, and it comes from everything that is ancestrally tied to us. So if you cut us off from our environment, you're essentially cutting us off from our songs. Underlying white supremacy and racism are ideas of primitivism that dehumanize Māori using a range of social constructs, but most notably, these consist of racial hierarchies, deficit theory, or victim blame analysis. So colonization and race are not past historical points in time that has since been remediated, but rather these types of oppression reoccurringly infiltrate every structure of our society today, including ethnomusicology, Western music theory, and particularly when our songs, our waiata, is contextualized within these disciplines. So what I'm presenting today is actually a small slither of part of my doctoral research. I found out how harmful some of these methodologies have been. Now I'm going to talk about kaupapa Māori, the restorative cool stuff. So a response to colonization are kaupapa Māori methodologies, approaches, and frameworks. And these are a philosophical doctrine that incorporates our knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values of Māori society. Kaupapa Māori methodologies draw on mātauranga Māori, our Māori knowledge, with a metaphysical base that is distinctly by Māori and for Māori. So this includes using Māori oral history, such as waiata, and these serve as our type of literature for research. So our old oral traditions and our new ones are our literature. Kaupapa Māori has overseen the educational development of Te Kohanga Reo and Kura Kaupapa Māori, which are Te Reo Māori full immersion schools, and they advance our language and also our values. So this development also fostered interdisciplinary kaupapa Māori research, informing policy for the development of Māori well-being. Kaupapa Māori methodologies are centered on anti-colonial and their decolonizing approaches that are evolving through critique, adaptation of past learnings, and through emerging concepts such as intersectional practices to encompass diverse Māori realities. So how does this all contribute to where I'm situated, which is ethnomusicology, ecomusicology? I'm from this community, I'm Wanganui iwi. How does it all filter to where I'm positioned? So the study of waiata for its musicality has been predominantly located within ethnomusicology and now ecomusicology. Ethnomusicology study on waiata has sought to focus heavily on musical aspects such as contextualizing rhythm, pitch, melody, and tone into Western music theory, particularly through ear-to-hand staff transcription. While the implementation of kaupapa Māori within ethnomusicology and ecomusicology is emerging, the ethnomusicological space of waiata, our songs, has been dominated by music theories outside of Māori philosophies, epistemologies, ontologies, and they have been dominated by Pākehā, our European settlers. The Pākehā dominance of what counts as legitimate knowledge and how this knowledge is taught are sites of struggle for kaupapa Māori research, and this is further reflected in waiata analysis and our pedagogies. So through colonization is still happening, and it has manifested in very complex ways, but some of those ways that it has stifled our customary transmission of waiata is that it forced Māori into urbanization, and this is where Māori were forced to immigrate into the cities for employment, which meant they were brought away from their marae, which are our ancestral communal gathering places where we lived and we taught and we fished and we hung out together. We were able to be Māori. English language dominance through schooling. My nan comes from a generation where she wasn't allowed to speak Te Reo Māori or her dialect. It was beaten out of her during school. Assimilative legislation, creating cultural dislocation, and intergenerational trauma, making barriers to returning to our ancestral communal gathering places like our marae for waiata, for getting our tribal knowledge. Traditional staff transcription or transcription methods have been imbued with a paternalism resonant in early colonial ethnomusicological frameworks. This has been argued as a form of musical colonial violence on Black and Indigenous peoples and their music. And for us, transcription has asserted something similar, and it's enforced a new tonal language that severs waiata, our songs, from its original meanings amongst the body of Māori oral histories. It's essentially taken away it from its natural environment, which is our homes, like the Wanganui River. Further, these aspects have misplaced waiata from being an accessible, joyful, leisurely, as well as socially integrated aspect of all life to a rigidly categorized and entertainment centerpiece. So how do we decolonize this musical analysis? As somebody like me who's been brought up performing and learning not only Western music theory, but also contemporary music, but I'm also a performer of waiata. I'm also a knowledge holder of my songs and my marae communities. How do I decolonize what I've learned and still carry on and honor my ancestors' legacy as I proceed? In areas of kaupapa Māori research, understanding current Māori identities and evolving Māori knowledge conceptualizations, certain approaches can conjure harmful notions of what authenticity on Māori indigeneity looks like. It's put us in a category of being solely binary, purist, and traditionalist identities of a static past. So Waiata, our songs, is not only oral histories of vital tribal knowledge, but it's also a device to anchor our genealogical connections, our wakapapa. Wakapapa genealogical connections for a Māori worldview is not linear, and it doesn't have a colonial time frame, and it enables Māori to look expansively and intergenerationally at knowledge and ways of being. For Waiata, inappropriate uses of staff notation can potentially contribute detrimentally to Māori identities, where older Waiata is perceived as more valuable and positions Māori within a stagnant time frame that obstructs us from evolving. These compounding effects have stifled orality from thriving. Orality is something that's preferred in my marae community and in my tribal nation. It's where you go back home to the marae and you learn Waiata. You learn it in the rivers, you learn it at the mountain, you learn it in your ancestral gathering place, your communal gathering place. And you learn without written text. You learn as you go, learn as you're performing. It's joyful. Learning in this way is joyful. But staff transcription hasn't been able to articulate that kind of experience. So while orality prioritizes the transmission of older Waiata, orality also necessitates a continual growth and encouragement of new Waiata to be composed, learned, and taught, which serves to decolonize notions of Māori identity and knowledge being reserved in antiquity. Decolonizing musical analysis for Waiata means moving away from essentialist ideals and using kaupapa Māori methodologies to accelerate Māori development, healing, and restoration. And in my field, it's to do it through Waiata, to do it through our songs. So how does this position me as a kaupapa Māori researcher? And I'm researching my own communities, my own people, but I'm also learned in very Western music theories. So through a decolonial view, I argue that Waiata, our songs, and Western music theory, they're not always in conflict, but that one has colonial power over the other. It is important to recognize that colonization has instated an unfair dynamic, causing imbalance where our songs, our Waiata, has never categorically been viewed as what constitutes as real knowledge outside of our own Māori spaces. Therefore, continually acknowledging the power of colonization and Waiata analysis can potentially dismantle coloniality within music, building towards a kaupapa Māori music theory for Waiata. Acknowledging colonial power infers a range of reflexive research encounters with the self, the methodological approach, and deciding which knowledge process to analyze, perform, or even teach Waiata from. In terms of my researcher positionality, decolonizing colonial power within Waiata analysis means looking ancestrally at my river. It means looking at Te Awa Tupua, which is our legal personhood framework. That's what gives the legal personhood status of the Whanganui River, my tupuna, my ancestors, and then also Whanganui oral histories more broadly, using multiple Whanganui positionalities and relationalities. These derive from the Whanganui River. They're informed by my Māori communities for which I belong to, and these will guide future Waiata transmission of our people. These are Whanganui iwi futurisms through Waiata and illustrate our collective sense of identity through place and song. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for listening. Ka nui te mihi kia koutou.
Meri, Haami, thank you very, very much. What you're doing there is incredibly methodologically important for all of us, I think. And I'm hoping that it's apparent to everybody why you're invited on this panel. Thank you. So look, we have just under 25 minutes on the schedule left. I want to give Marcia plenty of time to respond and potentially ask questions. So Jorge, you're up next. And I'll try and make sure that you get a reminder by the, quarter to the hour mark, at least our time, so that if you need to wrap up at that point, you can. And if we do go a little bit over, of course, that's fine, because this session ends at the commencement of a generous 1 hour lunch, so that's okay. Jorge, are you ready to go?
Okay.
Thank you for being here.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening to all of you. Good morning to you. Well, thank Aaron Korn very much to inviting me to participate in this symposium, to meet again Marcia, Langton, Yuh-Fen, Tseng, Akawyan. It's a pleasure, listening to Meri. I feel that we are really connected. Our situations are somehow similar, very much. I'll try to make a very summary, a very short and synthetic panorama of the indigenous peoples in Brazil, all the differences and special situations that they all live. I called my presentation as Continuity of the Indigenous Ways of Living and Change in the Academy's Relationship with them. Is how is the continuity of the indigenous peoples and how we should change to allow that continuity. As Brazil has one of the largest ethnic and racial diversity in the world, and the crisis of contemporary Western way of living, capitalist way of living, which is globalized, based on a generalized technology that organized all our lives, is projected negatively upon the indigenous populations, whose traditional ways of living do not rely on industrial products, but on tools and artifacts that, although highly effective, are built with elements from the environment that are collected on a sustainable way. So it's just the two roads that are separating, and one is preventing the other to continue. So what I'll give then is a very small panorama. If John could help me with the presentation. Yes, if you could place the first one, I can see it. I don't know if I can see it on, so that I could leave. I don't know if you can make it close to me so that I can read it. I see it far. Is it possible to amplify where yes, a little bit more, please. Okay, that's okay, still, but from what I see, what I want to say is Brazil has 305 different indigenous nations. It's almost 1 million people, and they speak 170 different languages. Sometimes people say 220, 240 languages. I'm taking a conservative number, which is 170. And a new situation arrives now that a third of the indigenous population are living in cities. They are living in three environments. I mean, the forests, in rural areas, in their own villages. And a part of them is migrating for different reasons to cities, which leads to many problems as indigenous people are living outside their villages. Sometimes they're not recognized as such because they are out of their villages. If you can take me the next one. This is just as it appears in the map. Language families, there are 45 different language families. Just to give you an idea how complex it is. My friend in linguistics, many of them that I'm with them, some say it's 170, others say it's 200, others say 220. We haven't been able to really define how many languages indigenous people speak. We just know 305 nations. So I am with the Institute trying to make now a map, because we don't have a map. Taiwan has a beautiful map of all the indigenous people of Taiwan. I've seen it. And Australia also has one. I don't know, maybe New Zealand, Aotearoa may have. We don't have. This year, 2022, with the Institute, I'll try to make a proper map of all the 305 indigenous peoples to teach in schools so that children can have an idea, how indigenous Brazil is, because you don't have a map. You don't have a proper map for it. So there's those indigenous people living very different situations. If you can show the next one, that's the map of Brazil in all the languages. This one is amazing. We have still isolated indigenous nations that have no connection with the white population. They live in the Amazon forest. Some people say, probably there are 100 different groups isolated, and they escape from wherever. These are photographs taken from an airplane that for some special reason helped to just crossed where they were, and they can have their with their crossbows trying to shoot at the airplane, because this airplane are invading. Sometimes they leave from one area to another. We can see their art crafts, like the necklaces and things they do, but they are escaping from us, right? These are what we call isolated people. So one of the policies is to allow them to make like a barrier so that people cannot invade where they are. These are isolated. This is one, like a continuum of the most isolated. Then there comes the next. If you can show you the next one. Will be the typical, what we understand, indigenous people. At the top, you have the Yanomami, who are a very famous Amazon group. They live in this house, which is a circle. Everybody, an entire group lives in that house, connected inside, near this wonderful place, this mountain, the Roraima mountain. You will see one of the leaders, one of the shamans later. The Yanomami is quite important. And this is the one on the bottom is the people from the Xingu. That's another national park, the one that I go, well, I've been many times there. This is Prpic. They have those wonderful flutes. This is what you could say village indigenous people. They are living their own environment. They hunt, they have their millet and their manioc, and they have their fruits and the rivers with fish and so on. They are kind of self-sustained communities. And these are like more than 200 different nations living in villages. Usually the idea of the Indians people are people living in villages. But then comes the new reality, which is the next one, which is the urban villages. This is a new phenomenon. As they have to come to cities, they make multi-ethnic villages that maybe people who never, met each other from different languages, from different areas of the country. And since they are in like the suburbs, in the periphery of the cities, they make a kind of like this one here in Curitiba, which is not in the south of Brazil. They're all capital of the states now have these multi-ethnic Indian villages. So they start to live in the city as kind of invisible. They are and are not connected with the whites living in the city. And this one on the bottom is the Maracanã. That building, there's the football, the Maracanã famous stadium, right, from the World Cup. They invaded a part of the Maracanã, a part of the stadium, and they are living in it. So they face a new discrimination because they are living in cities. So like three different levels, say, of connection with the external society are presented here. If I can show you another one, John. Some elements of indigenous music and dance system. There are more or less two things, two symbols, two emblems that really characterize what is an indigenous person in Brazil. Is mainly through music and dance, and the adornments in like the tiara with feathers, sometimes the bracelets like the one I have, and mainly the rattle, the maraca. All the 305 indigenous people play this instrument. They all play the maraca and they all play flutes. So flutes and maracas, flutes and rattles characterize, plus the performance, characterize indigenous peoples. So all the adornment, the body adornment, just complement the rattle and complement the feathers. So if you can come to the next one. So what I'm explaining, I'll try to synthesize the dilemmas. Every time, even if they are isolated, even if they are in their villages, even if they are urban, in the urban areas, they all play, they all dance, they all play flutes, they all play the rattles. Now, how can we teach this indigenous music in university? The only way to do it is bringing them as teachers of their own music. There's no way professors of Eurocentric upbringing can teach, for one reason. To teach indigenous music means singing, as Akawyan said, those wonderful singing of three voices. Singing means what? Means language. You have to sing in their own language. Who speak those languages? Nobody. So you have to be, the university has to become a plurilingual university. So the Department of Languages will be together with the Department of Music. The only way you can teach, you can sing, is learning the languages. So it has to be a new university. So to sum up the continuity and change, the continuity has to be of the indigenous peoples. Either they are deciding to be isolated, either they are self-sustained, either they live in urban areas trying to make their living with us. There will be different situations. They can be artists. Some of them now are filmmakers. Some are visual artists. Some are writers even, although literacy is still low. But university is a focus, a point of connection with all of that. There are now 60,000 indigenous students in our universities. They can't be alone inside the university with Eurocentric white professors. So necessarily we have to bring the masters, like Akawyan, have to bring the masters to teach for all of them. So you have to change the university. There has to be pluriepistemic. At the moment, all universities are monoepistemic. They just teach Western knowledge. They just teach Eurocentric knowledge, architecture, agriculture, music, whatever you want, is just the Eurocentric point of view. So it has to be pluriepistemic. So we have to devise a general plan, a complete new plan. The indigenous must occupy the universities entirely in all aspects, as students, as professors, as researchers, as artists, in all situations. As long as they wish, and as much as they wish. We have to open our universities, and the indigenous young can come to study, and elders can come to teach in a kind of intermittent process. They come and go, they come and go. So they can be village dwellers and still be university. They can be urban dwellers and still be in the university. The university has a power to organize their professions in the country. So they have to open all of them. This is the meeting of knowledges. The university becomes a crossroads between the whites, between the indigenous, and the Afro-Brazilians. I think this is, I'm already with the 10 minutes. I can stop here. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. Look, that was, again, fascinating. And it's a country, at least in Australia, that we don't hear or know enough about, I think. But every time you talk, I'm struck by the parallels between Australia and Brazil, both in terms of regional diversity and the size of the country. And it's so rich for further discussion between, you know, at least our two nations and, of course, everybody else here as well. At this point, I'll invite Marcia Langton.
Sorry, Aaron. Can I have 2 minutes more? I forgot to show 3 pictures. Is it possible? Is it possible?
So. Yeah, why not? Okay, I think we can run a little over. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry, because that completes my argument. I was afraid that I was running out of time. because I know we have some moments, but if I could please show the three that this is Mapulu. She's a shaman. She opened the meeting of knowledges in 2010, speaking their own languages with translation. Her nephew is a translator. She's the first female shaman in the forest, because usually it's a male profession being a shaman. That's Mapulu. She's an amazing, like Akawyan, amazing master. The next one. This man, David Kopenauer, he's a shaman from the Yanomami that I showed, that all live in that circle. He is speaking here at the United Nations, right? With his tiara, no, with feathers, like he's speaking at the United Nations. He's from the Yanomami area. Let's see him again, and next picture by him. The next picture. Here is Chai Surui. If you can remember the COP26, just 3 weeks ago in Glasgow. Chai Surui, this indigenous girl, she was at the opening with the entire world. She was at the opening of the COP26 in Glasgow. And what she says is, my father taught me to listen to the moon, to listen to the rains, to listen to the wind. She's 24. Her father is a master. So you can come from one extreme to the other, right? You can be in your village, and you can be in Glasgow in a world conference. And the next one, I think the last one is Davi again. If we can just show the next one, and I'll finish. I think it's okay then. Just ask him to close. Okay, Aaron.
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Look, by way of further introduction to Marcia, it's important, and I've left this until now, to note that she is also the inaugural chair of the International Council for Traditional Music Study Group on Indigenous Music and Dance, to which she was elected at the first meeting of that body in Taiwan, convened by Yuh-Fen last year. And next year, there will be a second meeting of that study group, its second symposium, that Marcia will also chair. I met Marcia in 1999 at the very first Gama Festival in Arnhem Land, Australia. She remains to this day one of my most prolific teachers. And I say with great love and respect that, Marcia, you're one of the wisest people I know. Thanks for being here. Do you have anything that you'd like to say or respond to, or even share with us at this point, please?
Yes, well, thanks, Aaron. Similarly to you and your teachers in Arnhem Land, I've learned so much from you. It's wonderful to be with everybody today, and I thank Stacey Piper very much for her very warm and brilliant welcome to country. That she constantly gives us a very strong sense of how the Wurundjeri people, who are traditional owners of a great part of Melbourne or Naarm, are able to preserve their cultures in the midst of a major city in Australia. So, Aaron, I can't share my maps. My computer doesn't share my website. So I wonder if you could please share the IATSIS map. I texted it to you.
I'll just get that quickly in my web browser. But while I'm getting that up, if you'd like to say anything else, we'll keep.
Yeah. Okay, so I was very struck by a number of things. 3 major points arise from these wonderful presentations today, including Stacey Piper's. So in each of the presentations, we see the dedication of people working together, Indigenous musical and tradition practitioners working with ethnomusicologists to preserve endangered traditions. So these traditions cannot be maintained for our future generations unless we work out innovative ways in these modern times to find ways to present these traditions to future generations. And this necessarily involves ethnomusicologists and people from other disciplines. Secondly, it's very clear that universities need to change and involve Indigenous and local peoples in our academies to work on these problems, and so doing, treat their traditions with all the respect that the academy gives to the Western traditions. So the full incorporation of Indigenous knowledge systems and their practice into the academy becomes a very clear challenge if we ever hope to preserve the enormous number of traditions around the world that Indigenous peoples have preserved over thousands of years and which in the 21st century are highly endangered. Thirdly, it's in symposia like this one where we are able to speak together and compare our situations. So I was struck by José's map. So this is an old map of tribal Australia. There are many mistakes in it, and it was compiled from texts. But it does show, and it's often used to show, the enormous diversity of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander traditions in Australia. So we have two Indigenous groups, Aboriginal on the mainland, many peoples, and the Torres Strait Islanders north of Australia, between Australia and New Guinea, two major language groups there. Could you show the frontier massacres map, Aaron? So all of us have suffered colonisation. All of us are seeking in some way to, if you click on the map, you'll be able to see the massacre sites. So in Australia, there's a group of scholars documenting the massacre sites in Australia from the records, and they're not finished their job. This is as far as they've got, but you can see how widespread the frontier was, and the toll caused genocides. And so this is the burden that Indigenous people in Australia carry. And in that context, and some of these massacres also took place in the 20th century. This is not back in the 18th and 19th century alone. This is well into the 20th century. So over 200 years of brutal colonisation, which contributed greatly to the demise and vulnerability, the demise of traditions and the vulnerability of present day traditions. If you could show the Gumbay map, Aaron, that would be great. So all of us are trying, and this is, I was struck by what José said about, you know, the variations. So you have isolated peoples, people in remote and rural villages, and people moving into the cities. This Gumbay map is compiled by Aboriginal people themselves, gumbay.com.au. And if you click on any one of these language groups over on the right-hand side, you'll see the people who are working to save their languages. Now, I was just pointing out yesterday to somebody that all of these Aboriginal people, this people's movement to save first languages, have are well progressed in rescuing their languages, but what we don't have is the same effort to preserve the traditions such as music and performance, musical instruments, the types of places where people perform these, what they wear. All of those traditions are even more endangered than the languages are. And every time a senior song person dies, it's likely that an entire tradition has gone with that person and can no longer be taught. And hence people are turning to the archives, to tape recordings of their ancestors, videos, and the literature to attempt to preserve them. So that's a very quick summary of the state of affairs here. And like all of you, we are very keen to have Indigenous practitioners in the Academy. We want collaboration with ethnomusicologists and other scholars to preserve these traditions. We recognise the burden of colonisation, and we must find respectful ways of working together that focuses primarily on the preservation of these traditions for the communities of origin, for the people themselves, rather than to publish purely in the interests of the Academy. So just leave it there, Aaron, to allow time for questions.
Marcia, thank you. Thank you so much for that summary. That was absolutely brilliant. And I think a poignant way of tying together everybody's interests in this panel and hopefully everybody else's interests out there in the audience. I'm just seeing if there are any questions from the audience to address. And okay, there are 2 audience questions, and I think we'll draw a line under it after that. So the first one is to Yuh-Fen and Akawyan. Thank you for representing your culture for us today. How do you see futures for Indigenous culture around the world? It's a big open question, but that was the question nonetheless. How do you see futures for Indigenous cultures around the world? I think you're muted.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll have
Okay.
to wrap up in a minute as well.
Well, so about the question, I think the situation in at least in the different country are so different. Like George showed the situation in Brazil, but I think the same problem is the Indigenous people, especially the young people. They are really live in the dilemma of modern or like here the Han society and their own culture, and they really like in my department, in my university, they have a really problem to accommodate themselves, generally accommodate themselves to the academic training of actually Western system, I would say, even in Taiwan. So I think George's approach and like what Marcia suggests, that different profession, different disciple cooperate together and to make a more friendly environment, to make them know how to place themselves is very important, because they need to know who they are, and so that they can really know how to next to study or to choose their career or something. I think the friendly environment, how to create that is the most important thing, and that's difficult.
Great point. Thank you, Yuh-Fen. There is a second question, but I'm going to preempt the answer to that by saying that I think that what Yuh-Fen just said there and what Jorge and Marcia said, and also Meri in particular, has already answered this one, but it is, how do we need to be reviving and strengthening Indigenous ways of being, knowing, doing universities? I think everybody here has actually touched on the answer to that question, and I'm being told we have to wrap. So please feel free, everybody, to log out of the viewer link for this panel and log back in at 5 to the next hour, which in Melbourne time is 12:55 p.m, where Barry Judd will be chairing two panels, sorry, first on astronomy and second on engineering, which have, of course, many links to what is being talked about here in this session now. So please come back, please stick around, and then there'll be a break after that, and then a final session chaired by Marcia, which we will talk about briefly after this, and that will be about cultural practice around bees and honey in Timor-Leste, East Timor. So thank you all for being part of this amazing session. I really look forward to the second symposium of the ICTM study group on Indigenous music and dance next year, where I hope we'll all be able to get back together. And it's such a great honor to be here with so many amazing thinkers and practitioners, and indeed, I would say, epistemological activists here today. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Barry Judd. I am a Director and Professor of Indigenous Studies at the University of Melbourne, and it is my great pleasure to be chairing and facilitating this session, which I think is one of the most exciting of the conference, Sky Knowledge and Performance Traditions. So the way I'm going to run this is to introduce each of our eminent speakers, get each one of them to speak for around 10 minutes each, and then at the end, hopefully we will have some time for a Q&A, and I will be asking some prompting questions perhaps. So to begin, we have Duane Hamacher, who is Associate Professor of Cultural Astronomy in the Astro 3D Centre of Excellence and the School of Physics at the University of Melbourne. His work specialises in the intersection of astronomy with culture, heritage, history, and society. Also joining us, and it's great to finally see you, Wanta, is Wanta Jampijinpa Patrick, who is a Warlpiri elder and director of the Milpiri Festival, Lajamanu. Wanta has led and collaborated on research projects through the Australian Research Council, which give focus to Warlpiri song, epistemology, education, the repatriation of archival records, and youth engagement. Our next speaker, it's quite a lineup. We have very important people joining us today. Inawinytji Williamson is a senior lawwoman and traditional owner of the Kunga Seven Sisters songline of the Anangu, Pitjantjatjara and Yankunytjatjara lands. Inawinytji is a senior song and lawwoman, a custodian of great oral tradition knowledge, archives, and teacher of songlines in Ma. Dr. Diana Jones, our next speaker, is a close collaborator of Inawinytji Williamson and other elders, over 40 years recording song, story, and dance traditions on the Pitjantjatjara, Yankunytjatjara, Ngunnawitjara, and Martu lands. She is the Senior Research Associate and Coordinator of the Songlines of the Western Desert ARC project and co-producer of the performance and exhibition of the Seven Sisters Songline at the National Museum of Australia. Our speakers are a fantastic collection of knowledge holders, and I will pass over now to Duane to commence proceedings, and each speaker will speak for 10 minutes, and then we'll go to our Q&A. So over to you, Duane.
Thanks, Barry. I really appreciate the introduction. It's very exciting to be here talking to everybody about our favorite topic, certainly my favorite topic, and I think everybody here gets very excited when we begin discussing star knowledge. So I guess I'll go ahead and kick off. I'll try to keep mine a little bit shorter because I want to make sure we've got plenty of time for everyone else. But I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I'm going to be talking a bit today about star knowledge in the Torres Strait. So make sure everybody can see my screen correctly. Oops, sorry, jumped ahead a little bit. So I've been working for the communities in the Torres Strait for about 7, almost 8 years now to document and share traditional star knowledge. And of course, a tremendous amount of this star knowledge is encapsulated in music and in dance. And the music and dance in the Torres Strait is highly performative. It is a way of transmitting knowledge to future generations and strengthening connections. It's also meant to be an actual performance. So there are a number of traditional dances, or the kabkar, that include various masks and headdresses, and in the Western Islands, dance machines. And these are mechanical devices that are intended to enhance the performance by acting out some kind of motion that coincides with the dance and the content of the dance itself. In the Torres Strait, when I've been working for the elders, they talk, especially, this is a painting by Uncle Sigar Passy, who was the senior elder on Meri and a world famous award-winning artist. This piece is called Our Culture is Important. Uncle Sigar is a Dawar man from the little island of Dawar, one of 2 off the coast of Meri, so being Meri, Dawar, and Wayar. And his traditional paintings really feature a lot of landscape designs and astronomical designs. In particular, his specialty is clouds and how that relates to weather and seasons throughout the year. So Uncle Sigar talks about the responsibility of the elders to teach the younger generations about how to read the sky and read the stars. And what that means is the ability to observe and interpret changes in the properties and positions of the sun, the moon, and the stars. So this can mean, when the stars rise or set, at dusk or dawn, and how they coincide to changing seasons, the phases of the moon, the position of the Milky Way, the position of the sun throughout the year, but also with the properties of the stars. Do they twinkle? How do they twinkle? Do they change color? Do they appear blurry and fuzzy, or are they sharp? All of these things have special significance. And one of the foundational aspects of the work I've been doing with the elders over the years is to showcase their scientific knowledge. Because within these systems of knowledge, there's obviously a lot of culture, but within that culture are really complex levels of science that are embedded within these stories, within these songs, dances, and obviously within the artworks. And that's one of the great things that I love about Uncle Sigar's artworks, and how the artwork ties in with the dances as well, that every movement, every color, every motif has special significance. Yes, they're attractive. Yes, they're pretty. Yes, they're fun to watch, but that's not the main idea. The main idea is that they are passing tremendous degrees of knowledge. So this is an artwork of Uncle Sigar showing an elder teaching the younger generations about how to read the clouds and the stars in the sky. In the Torres Strait, there is a name for an astronomer. It's called Azugabo Mabaig. It literally translates to starman or star person. That's a Western Island Kalalagoya name. But in the Torres Strait, there are dedicated people who are brought up from sort of early teens to the Quad, which is an institute of higher learning, much like a university. The Quad training takes about 7 years, as I've been told by some of the elders, to become a Zugabo Mabaig. So it really is like going to university and earning a PhD. This person's job is to keep track of all the motions and properties of the stars throughout the year, and to tell the people when to plant gardens, when to go fishing, when to hold ceremony, when to do pretty much everything. That is their job. And this artwork here by David Bozen, one of the pioneers of the lino cut design, shows a Zugamo Mabaig, and this person is specifically responsible for 2 different star systems. And just behind him, you will see a warp, which is this hourglass shaped drum made of wood with a drum head that's usually made of goanna skin. It is through the warp that the traditional knowledge is passed down through song. So in a couple of minutes, I'm going to play a couple of star songs, and you're going to see the people playing the warp and the lumut, which is a small piece of hollowed bamboo that they play like a drum. This is an example of one of the large headdresses, very large headdress made by Alec Topodi, and this is of Kaigasu Usul. Kaigasu Usul, Kaigas, represents the shovel-nosed shark or the shovel-nosed ray, which is a bottom-feeding sort of ray that scours the bottoms of the reefs and the rivers. Kaigasu, that suffix at the end, the U, refers to its counterpart in the sky, which we see as the Milky Way. And Usul refers to dust that is kicked up by the ray as it scours the ground. And what we see, the Kaigasu Usul, which is the Kaigas in the sky with that dust, that's what we see as the bright bands of the Milky Way. And the position of the Milky Way at different times of the year tells you about wind currents and ocean currents. So it works as a seasonal marker, but it also works as a navigational aid. This is an artwork by David Bozen of a lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipses are very important in traditional Muwagal, and really all across the Torres Strait. There's a special ceremony that is tied in with the lunar eclipse. And this is where during traditional times, there would be headhunting raids that would occur at this time. So what you would see here is that what the people would perform a dance and recite all the names of the islands, and they would believe that the raiders would come when the moon comes out of eclipse. Whatever island they had named at that point is when they came. The critically important thing about this is that the lunar eclipse was predicted in advance by the Zugabo Mabaig. This is the first time I've ever seen any kind of reference in the academic literature that even acknowledges Indigenous people recognizing eclipses. It's not an easy task to do, but it obviously does occur. So there's 2 dances I'd like to show you, and I know we're quickly running out of time. But the first one is Gedge Togia. This is a moon dance that comes from Meri in the Torres Strait. So if we can cue up the video, I'm going to play that in just a second. The Gedge Togia moon dance is from Meri, but it only has 3 lyrics. Gedge Togia Milpanuka. Gedge Togia is in the Meri language of the Eastern Islands, referring to rising over home. Milpanuka is a Kalalagoya word from the Western Islands that refers to the moon. So what this dance is about is the connection between Mabiag, sorry, the dance comes from, that word comes from the Mabiag dialect, from Mabiag and Meri, showing the interrelated connectedness between people across the Torres Strait. This moon dance was critical about 15 years ago for the islanders who were fighting for commercial sea rights in the Torres Strait on Meri. And this dance proved connections between the islands when the lawyers for the government tried to say that the islands were separate little enclaves with no connection to each other. And this dance was a good example of showing how that is not true at all. So do we have the video queued up for this? That's great. It just recounts those three words over and over again. And the traditional garments of what they're wearing and those overall motions are part of the kabkar, or the traditional dances. And you can see the two dancers holding two moons in each hand, one of the crescent moon and one of the full moon. I think we're just about out of time, so I'm going to jump in real fast at the very last second. Barry, do we have a couple minutes or are we about out?
You have 2 minutes, Duane.
2 minutes. We're going to jump right into it. The very last one is the Meri. The Meri is a shooting star, a very bright shooting star, which we call a fireball. And this is the spirit of a person that is being launched to beg the island of the dead. All the different properties of the Meri tell you different things about that person in their life. So the video that I'm going to show you now is behind the scenes video of a clip from a Werner Herzog documentary that we filmed on Meri 2 years ago. This dance is from Meri, but has not been performed on the island in 50 years. So what you see in the video for the documentary is these four dancers performing this song for the very first time. They had just learned the song about 3 hours before filming. So we're going to go ahead and cue up that video and we'll finish there. So the dancers are going to be holding torches of dried coconut leaves, and they're burning while they're carrying them and dancing. And when they hit them together, you're going to see the sparks or the huir coming. And traditionally, the sparks mean that person left behind a large family. And that's what you're going to see with these really bright sorts of meteors, these fireballs. They can fragment. You're playing the wara. I think for time's sake, we'll go ahead and stop it there. But if you want to watch that film, it is called Fireball. It's by Werner Herzog and Clive Oppenheimer. It came out on Apple TV Plus last year. This scene in the Torres Strait concludes the film, and it really is beautiful. And Uncle Allo Topham is speaking in that. And on that final note, we have a new book coming out that I've written with 6 elders. Several of which are from the Torres Strait, and a couple of them I've already mentioned. They're co-authors on this book, which comes out the 1st of March. You can pre-order the book, ebook and print book now. You can find that on the First Astronomers. All royalties of the book go to charity to feed back in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Duane. That was a beautiful presentation, and for me, the standout point was how this knowledge continues to impact Indigenous futures and play into Indigenous struggles for rights. We now move from the Torres Strait islands to the central deserts, and I want to pass over to Wanta, who I have spoken to before but have never actually seen. It's good to see you, Wanta. So over to you. Thank you.
I'm mute myself. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes, there's you know, ceremonies. But funny enough, they're all female. They're considered female of the ceremony. So men business, women business. Most of the ceremonies are female. Even the night and day is a male and a female as well. But the two mothers represent both of them. The earth mother and the sky mother. They belong to a certain skin group, but I live in Lajamanu. Lajamanu is close to just one or two mountains up this way, up the east there, called Finnegan Island, or it's not, sorry, mountain, Buchanan, sorry. And we've been always had trouble saying that word, but you know, for us it's known as Pulong Alimba. Now, Pulong Alimba, that's where the night comes in. The clan group that belongs to them is the West Valley group clan. You know, there's Kapilari, Tumarai, they were the skin group. During military, they seen as the people walking around with the yellow band and yellow shirt or something. They're all dressed up in yellow. That's the West Valley model. They own the night because that hill talks about how all these stars landed on the hill and Pulong Alimba and traveled south to Lake Mackay. Yeah, I'm a Pulong for that, but not the first. You know what I mean? There's another group of Jampijinpa Patrick. Sorry, two rulers are Pulong for that place. And yeah, they say they carried the knife. Yeah, it's usually seen in military. It used to be a ceremony. It still is a ceremony coming from the initiation ceremony for Prpic. And Pulong Alimba means that's where the anger started. You know, someone angry. Yeah, Pulong Alimba. That's what it's called. In that story, a little fat man and a group of men traveled to Lake Mackay down south. And they carried the night, or maybe the night carried them. So throughout all that travel, yeah, the night was with them. So they never traveled during the day. One of the sad things about that, when they returned back, they were dancing this Witi. A Witi, yeah, the ceremony of knowing the positive and the negative law, or consequences, sorry, of the law. And yeah, the other men decided to, yeah, they ran out of fat. And so they saw this little fat man, oh, he's got all this fat here. Let's kill him and use all that fat on his body. So the moon is, yeah, he's the moon man. You can see the moon got stains. That's a wound. Yeah. So they killed the man and got the throat to shine out in the ceremony, showing off. One of his brothers were looking for him, and he couldn't find him among the dancers. So he thought, what happened to it? Until he saw them shining. Oh, they must have killed my brother and used his fat. So he sang the song of fire and burnt them all. That's where the anger started. Yeah. And so that's tell the story of the negative and the positive consequence of being able to do that. It's just east of here, maybe 80 km or more, but it's a lovely place. Yeah. That's the night story. During the like we read, I always say about reflection, the sky moiety and the earth moiety. I'm on the earth moiety, jumping by that, of the earth moiety, with the north wind, and my rotation is the earth rotation. So that gives me all these because it's the yellow group, Wanta or the West Tail totem group. Yeah, it's sorry, I've got no images, but maybe Sam or Aaron could help me out on that. Is there Sam? Can I put that? The other without Aaron? It doesn't matter. It's yeah, I can show you the rotation. When the pointers, you call them pointers. We call them canopla, means the ticking star. So when it's in the southern sky on the horizon, yeah, the pointer's straight down. That's the ticking star. Canopla means you have to pick up the four group, but the four group is represented by the four stars on the Southern Cross, and the little star is constant. Yes, that was yes, pick up the knowledge again. That's a long song line from day to the next day. So very little sleep. It's an initiating ceremony. We call it Manapuran, the grass. Yeah. Mana means grass. Purawano means you read the grass, whether it's green or it's yellow. The grass is green. That's why the two groups that own the Kuri ceremony, the initiating ceremony, belong to the East Star and the West Star, the West Tail and the Governor language. And there's us. And that is long song. So if on the horizon, if digging up the Southern Cross, it becomes a yam. And that season during September, October, leading up to December, yeah, that's yam season. Because the Southern Cross indicate that it's time to dig up the yam. And during that time, there's another big ceremony called Chariwanba. That Chariwanba is a reconcile ceremony for us. Everyone's displaying their own totem, personally, and clan group, and they will perform on that dance, and really to bring peace again towards each other and to land. It's a season of Karapuda. You call it summer. Summer is because we burn country. That Germany I think it all indicates now it's time for the country to burn us. So you use the hot season during that ceremony. Marcia and Lovett-Murray, when others dubbed it as a fire ceremony. Fair enough, it's a fire ceremony. Yeah. But it's a reconciliation ceremony to come clean. So we use the fire to burn ourselves. We use the hot heat of summer to burn country. Now it's country burning us, and we become refreshed that way. And so that ceremony is gone now. Some of us still sing those songs. My father liked to sing them because it brings memories back. I was only small until I was about 16 or maybe 17, maybe, when I last saw the ceremony. Yeah, the last one was performed at the end of the month. Yeah. One thing interesting, when you follow the Jadon story, it follows with the wallaby carrying the snake. But then again, there's part of the ceremony where somewhere along the song line, the emu comes in. The emu and the water comes in, rain dreaming. So that is performed as well. So you can see the initiation ceremony is owned by the east and the west. The Jadon is owned by the north, the south and the north. That's north is that's my compass point as a Jampijinpa. Yes. And so all that is come into play, all that. So Jadon, we follow it because the Wampana, the wallaby, carries a sick snake and then meets up somewhere halfway. The emu comes up, dance, and Langton travels north. If you look carefully, if you know what you're looking for, you will find that in that song, the whole story of the emu is that he's nervous, very nervous, always looking over his shoulder, and he's traveling north, but then goes west. Yeah, it's a really long story. But there's something pursuing. And that to me, you have to pick this four. You want to say something? Yeah. Yeah. You can we get the head? Can we get the head of the emu? Yeah. Hello? Sorry,
Sorry, Wanta, it's the only one we've got.
Okay.
Yo.
You might notice the first crown of his country. Yes. Not that England crown. No. You can't see it yet. Maybe I'll let you look for that yourself, right? Yeah. But one of the emu with the crown is none other than the cassowary. So if you look at this star emu, yeah, that songline tells how our Southern Cross is passed on to an emu who carried up into the sky. The Jaronba songline says the nervous emu came across and he had nowhere to go because in front of him there was an ocean. I mean, we're the desert people, and yet we got a name for the ocean, sea, Mangurula. If you say Mangurula, it means cloud. Manguru, yeah, that's the ocean. What the emu did, he had to jump in because what was pursuing him was none other than the dogs, the dingoes. That's who they were trying to get at him and kill him because he is holding the knowledge of the ground. Now, dogs are considered in my society as the lawlessness. Yes. And if you look carefully at the whole continent, if it's sung 4 times just to greet the morning, the Kanoro, I will explain that later. Kanoro, the sun rays that shoots up, that's the birthright beam.
Wanta, I'm so sorry to have to do this and interrupt your presentation now that we have some beautiful images for you to speak to, but we need to move on to the next speaker, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll finish off with last bit. Yeah, can you give me a couple of minutes?
Not really. I'm so sorry. We need to move on. I would like to move on now to Inawinytji Williamson as our next speaker. And I know that Inawinytji and Diana work very closely together. So perhaps this is a joint presentation. Over to you. So sorry, Wanta, that I had to cut you off.
That's okay. But the last bit I was going to say, you'll notice the southern hemisphere got all the emus. You got the northern hemisphere that got the bears. They've been an enemy to them. All because they follow their stuff. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Okay. Inawinytji and Diana, welcome.
Thank you. Inawinytji, you want to turn on your mic? Alala. Oh, we're. Oh, so we'll be presenting together. So I'm talking from Bunjalung country, but Inawinytji's in Adelaide, and we'll be talking about Pidandara, Yankunytji country in the desert.
Oh.
Can you do jugu wonka di demokarin? Oh, I know.
Oh, I know.
So the work we've been doing together over the last quite a few years, particularly since 2012, is looking at the Pleiades, the 7 sisters. It's a really long tradition, thousands of years old in the Pidandara Yankunytji lands. And Inawinytji is a senior custodian for that songline and that knowledge. And what we've been doing is working out ways to share that with non-Indigenous audiences, to translate that, to perform that. And Inawinytji was very crucial, and of course, because she holds the knowledge in passing that on, writing down the verses, and then moving towards a performance, which we will be showing you a short film about. But Inawinytji might like to talk a little bit about the tradition that she's inherited through her grandmother and mother and the other women on the lands. Nyundu inma balangoro manjino. Nyundu kamiko.
Inma ko ngai nindringin kami jurawan kankro jurawan wonju jurawan pondiri jurawan in mayar ban nindring eri yang kuari got oh.
So this knowledge tradition, which is conveyed in song and story, has been passed down from Inawinytji's grandmother, her mother, and her aunties. And they were teaching her when she was a young woman, and now she's passing on that teaching. So it's alive today, as it has been for thousands of years.
Ka kuara ngai kuara ni miore ko la ngai kuara in me bar me pero man ni ngai ko wajja bidi ka san jula ka jana ni ngai like rene ko linya wan kara jana ni ngai no.
Oh, so I've been working with my larger family, all my relations, and we worked on recording the song and now teaching it in the schools up on the APY lands through the film that we'll show you a little bit about, the exhibition, but Rini Kulicha and other women working with Inawinytji to teach this and make sure this tradition is carried on.
Oh.
Na film jugu. Oh, so if we could have the film now, this will show part of the performance in Canberra. Just to give you a little bit of a background, this performance is bringing a thousands and thousands of year old tradition, and it had to be made shorter to go into 45 minutes on a stage in Canberra with translations, and with Wesley Enoch, the esteemed Indigenous artistic director, assisting us in making this a huge transition, many acts of translation to bring it from the desert to the stage. And the two verses that will be performed, the first one shows Wadi Niru, the man who is pursuing the seven sisters, who you can see as the constellation of Orion. And most particularly in this verse, he is pounding the ground and red is going out from it. And it's like the pulsating red stars of Betelgeuse and Aldebaran, the follower, which is the eye of Taurus, which follows the Pleiades. And this is where he's sending out sickness to these women because he's annoyed that he's been following them and they haven't waited for him. And then the second, well, we might just see that one first if we can. To speak to it. Inawinytji, would you like to speak about that part of the performance?
Oh, banyak kualanya yang banyak. Wadi nyerolo minma banyak. Ulang kan ning ora paring paku bulkan melbalu kulin nyar kona. Noya nangai wanti karana. Jangan wiru, jangan kuah. Palang. Pung mantra, kawanya berang mimela. Cuma bicara ngolah, bicara rengai. Imamku.
Well, so Wadi Niru has been following these women for a long, long way across the country. In fact, the story we traced comes all the way from the Maru lands, from Roburn, and he's following them, and they keep eluding him and escaping him, as you'll see the Pleiades manage to do over the night sky every night. And he's desperately trying to catch up with them. So he's thinking, what could he do? Why do they leave me behind? Why won't they wait for me? And so that's when he decides to send this sickness out, which will slow them down, weaken them, so that he can catch up. Alia?
Oh, Kungkola jaga Carvalho kangkulo. Vikaya ngala pudu na pakaning kamala bilang ko katruning. Na kadra mapa karing ora.
So the sickness he sends out is affects particularly the older sister, and she gets really weak, and the younger sisters have to help her up, and the story is that in the end they help her up into the sky to escape him. We have yet to do more work on this, but it may well be that some of the variable stars that are fainter in the Pleiades constellation actually are this sister as she's getting sick and being helped by the others. Carvalho, balloon data?
Oh.
Okay, so we'd like to show you the finale, and this verse is a very old one. Inawinytji learned it from her grandmother, so it's been, we don't know how many, oral tradition, we don't know how old, but thousands of years probably. But now Inawinytji decided to choreograph this in a new way so it would be understood easily visually by the audience who are not familiar with the Pitjantjatjara language or the story. And so you'll see she's used and suggested to Wesley, he thought it was a great idea, that in this final dance, when they are ascending into the heavens, that the women each hold a silver balloon and that Wadineru hold a red balloon, which they release, symbolizing the constellations. So if we could have that second film, please. Oh, no, sorry. It's just, I did identify it. It starts at 4.52 in that first clip. It's all in one, but it starts a bit later. Is it possible for you to find that? Oh, so you don't actually have that part of the clip.
Want to sing?
Right. Oh well, that's a shame. Never mind. Well, Inawinytji, you can talk to it. Nyundo wiru balano.
No.
Oa, nyundo mono. Wesley jungo wankara kule no mono. Wiru kujibawai nyura balano.
Oh, kan perangare wana wangkangi. Mayro wangkangi wisi langan hala jala Spanya ko. In manyangana ba wiru ngaran jabu panyam. Kung karang parjana nya pika jareng wanyano. Ma parpar. No. Ma parpar parjana. Ma parpar eka kill piring.
Oh, so as part of we had a team working with Wesley because it required a lot of translation and different ideas as to how to maintain the traditional performance, the traditional song and dance, but to show it in a different way. So Inawinytji was working on this last verse and suggested that the use of the balloons would indicate them going up into the night sky. And it was very effective because otherwise the audience was reliant on a short amount of translation in between each verse, which was done in the traditional way. Each verse people exit the stage. There's a dark time, and during that time Inawinytji told the story in Pitjantjatjara and I translated in English, and then we went back into the next verse. But as you can imagine, you know, it's not a story, unfortunately, that's well known in Australia, and most people are new to it. So as many visual aids as could possibly be designed with the story was what Inawinytji and myself and Wesley were working on. Oh, I'd love to play it. Yes, thanks. Thank you very much.
Banya
Oh, thank you. Thanks. I think we might have to finish there as our time's probably up.
Thank you both. That was wonderful. All our speakers have been wonderful today. And I have a question, I think, that might tie all of the speakers in and give you an opportunity to respond. And my question is, how can ancient systems of star knowledge help us to find solutions to the pressing issues of today? And I think what's interesting for me is that all the speakers and their reference to constellations and stars speak to the notion of law and proper relationships between people, whether that's different skin groups or clans or between men and women. So who would like to start to try and answer that question, which is really a question about how this knowledge is relevant to today's people and society? Wanta, would you like to come back and try and answer that?
Okay, my skin and system is cut enough. Young people call it irritator. We call it maguna. Yeah. Once a wallanga pete, that's the name. Once a pelenga mango. Yeah, that's a sailing. So you can see the reflection between two. You can't read the sky without reading the earth. You can't read the earth without reading the sky. So a night sky, all that is displayed with all that star. So that makes it easy to use the song and basically to navigate, really. I mean, we live in the continent, we live in the inland of Australia. People are still finding it hard to try and adjust to the red desert. But, you know, because it's dangerous, all these laws have to be put in place. And after reading a star, reading of the season, yeah, you can know when the animals behave and character change. Yeah, you just know. You almost like hunting without seeing. You just know that you know your country more now, because you can do it without, because you know how to map yourself out. So we displayed that one in a painting of the shields. We call it Malkari. Malkari means basically navigation. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Inawinytji and Diana, do you have anything to say? I mean, your presentation is all about proper gender relations, is it not?
Yes, I'll just start, but Inawinytji, Jokur babala da konga rankalpa, konga jorda dana kolape da kara jukuru dana kanene, mona wati.
Oh, Jokur.
Oh, alaji.
Wadi long koyen kan pai jiji ko bakal pai inmaya Jokur. Koyo bakal ngalami. Jokur baja kongkar ngalbong jabat jana kongkar ngalbong. Warinya wala kaya jana inmaya anang ering inkara ngajana katu bjang inmara inme kuar jen karone jana manta jauno jen ka pavia watija jana chungo rapi wati min chichi wan kapam manel pai.
Inawinytji is saying that this Jukurpa is a very big law story about, as you said, gender relations, about between men and women and the proper way. And there is some that's just for women to sing, and there's some that is for men, that is separate. But there is a lot that's performed in community for women and men together with young girls and boys and children to learn that there needs to be respect. Because this fellow is pursuing these seven sisters and they are avoiding him, and the older sister is saying, be careful, because there's actually a wrong way, a wrong skin way relationship taboo that's possibly that he's transgressing. And so it's about teaching those young girls to be careful, to be aware, to be careful who's following them, what intent, and also for the young men about learning the proper way to be with women and the proper skin relations. So that it's got a lot of law in it, which is now young people like Brenda at Cave Hill. She's using that in her teaching, which is a major Seven Sisters site on the lands for younger women. Yeah.
Thank you. And I might try and bring Duane in with his insights into how these stories touch on proper relationships in the Torres Strait Islands.
Thanks, Barry. And thanks everybody else. I'm really fascinated by the topics that were discussed today, particularly that Wachinairu story, because some of those stars are variable in the Pleiades, and it gets me really excited when we start getting into that kind of work, because it brings the astronomer out in me. You know, what I think about what this means for us today and how we can, you know, there's different ways of thinking about how this knowledge can apply today. It's obviously still very strong, and it is a living system of knowledge. But for people like me, outsiders, Westerners, scientists, it's important that we recognize and understand that these ancient systems of living knowledge have a tremendous scientific component, and there's a lot we can learn from it. It's not just the science, of course. Everybody else has talked about many of the social and aspects of that. But what I get drawn to with the science side of things is that, you know, cultures in Australia being here for as long as they've been here have undergone massive changes in climate and weather. The seas have risen and fallen. Landscapes have changed from forest to desert. Meteorite impacts have hit the ground and caused destruction. And cultures have lived and thrived through all of that. All of that is embedded in these systems of knowledge. So for us today to understand how we're going to address some of the challenges that we are facing now, we have to learn how to try to understand and really respect these traditional systems of knowledge that are living and that are applicable and that are just as useful and just as valid. I mean, they're obviously valid in their own right, but they're on the same par as Western science. They're not somehow less than or that different, that they're different systems of knowledge that we can learn a lot from, how to address things like climate change, how we can address different natural disasters and catastrophes that we face, how we can learn more about sustainability. For Western scientists to come in and think that we have any idea how to, you know, do things sustainably in Australia is laughable when you look at 65,000 years of history, working in a changing landscape and a changing environment and changing skies. So it's important for us to respect that, to learn from that, to collaborate and work with the communities, and to put the elders and knowledge holders at the front of everything. I think that's one of the critical things that, you know, Westerners really need to understand and work towards, because there's so much that we can learn from these systems of knowledge if we just listen.
True. Hi.
Thank you. Thank you, Duane. And I think I've just been prompted there to say that we may have 1, 2, 3 more minutes than we might have expected. So I'm going to ask another question. I've had 4, we won't get through the 4, but my next question is, and it's really been answered by the panelists already, but I'll ask it anyway. What are some of the ways traditional star knowledge is passed down? And I guess I'm really asking, to what extent is cultural practice in terms of upkeep of dance, story and ceremony important to maintenance of this knowledge and passing passing it down to the next generation. I'll just, who wants to go with that? I'm not going to force anybody. Wanta.
Yeah.
An easy answer.
One word, but two syllables. Mura Polo. Yeah. The law, the land, the ceremony, and the land. Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, sister there from Manangu knows the word Mura. Yeah, it's a definition of home, really. And I'm trying to share that with you know, the Carvalho songline in the story. Yeah, it takes 4 rounds of singing till it comes morning. You know, dawn. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, never understand like songline. Yeah, it just might take you around the world. I'll leave it at that.
Kayana, you do one can do them great.
Nyanya.
Baron Dara. Rawa Adrian Manani in my Wiro Jorda.
Oh, jangan ngelon ninti nge cukup yang ini berkal mana palang kulit ini ninti ngolah kadang mancing in mah dan en kanya mancing kadang kanya ni in mawan kadang iri dijang kuar jago mengenai ninti bayi kulit biar kulang kan atla lagi nangan kulit jiwa kan kape kulit sama jiwa ninti bayi maku itu ya barang ngai perlu ninti bayi mima malah jiwa karena ngai kuat jiwa mukurang bayi menuang kape nyundu kuarangan pejingu uyar ngai nyundu ananya kok kari in mayang awan kara mana kanyin jago menungan malah jamane uler jiwa malah jiwa pakar jiwa alaji pangar nyana palang ninti nai ngai jalannya ninti bayi memang palingnya diri jalan orang ka punya jiringa.
Wow, just quickly to translate, Inawinytji was learning this in her head and singing it and learning it for years and years and years as a young woman. And now as she's an elder herself, everybody is asking her to make sure that she can pass this on to the younger generations. So she's been teaching it out on the APY lands for many, many years to the young people and to other women and those who are coming after her. But now she's in Adelaide. Because of dialysis, she has to live there. There is a community of young Kundadara people too who are growing up in Adelaide, and she goes to the schools there and teaches it in the school. So it is a continuing, very vital tradition, not just something of a long time ago, but absolutely now and living and hugely valuable. Yeah.
Thank you. Look, this has been such a wonderful panel session. The hour has gone very quickly, and we probably could have gone on for at least another hour with discussion. I thank you all for turning up on a Saturday to this event. It's wonderful to have colleagues like Duane, whose work is so wonderful, but also to have Indigenous elders and knowledge holders who speak from their own cultures and are able to come and speak to a university type audience. So I thank everyone for your time and wonderful insights today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Talia.
Bye.
Duane?
Good afternoon, all. My name is Barry Judd, and I am a Director and Professor of the Indigenous Studies program at the University of Melbourne. And I am facilitating for you this wonderful panel session on engineering and aquaculture. So the way we're going to run this next hour is that I will introduce our speakers, who are all brilliant, and then the speakers will each speak for around 10 to 12 minutes each, and we'll come back at the end with a Q&A session to round out proceedings. So firstly, I would like to introduce you to José Hodgetts, who is a Nimpa and Wiradjuri man and was born and raised on the Kenyang country. José is a singer and teacher at the Wallatuka Institute of the University of Newcastle, teaching and researching First Nations education, language and song. I would also like to introduce you to Associate Professor Juliana Prpic, who is an educator and researcher in the Faculty of Engineering and Information Technology at the University of Melbourne. She works with Damein and the Gunditj Amiring Traditional Owners Corporation to co-design and co-deliver an on-country learning experience at Budge BIM. And together with others, they are chief investigators in an ARC-funded research project entitled Indigenous Engineering, Interpreting Engineering Foundations of Budge BIM. That sounds very impressive, doesn't it? And it is. And finally, Damein is a Gunditj Amiring man and CEO of Gunditj Amiring, Traditional Owners Aboriginal Corporation. Damein has been involved with the Budge BIM cultural landscape for the past 20 years. I'd also like to mention and congratulate Damein on becoming an Atlantic Fellow for next year. And he's someone I've known for a long time and is a warrior in the Indigenous education space. So welcome to our speakers. Am I missing anybody? I think I am.
Tyson.
I'm missing Tyson, and unfortunately, Tyson, I don't have a bio on you because it wasn't provided to me in the lead up to this panel session. Tyson, I believe, is also a Gunditj Amiring man who works closely with Damein. Am I correct in making that assumption? Apologies for that oversight, Tyson. It's a little bit embarrassing for me. But I would now invite the speakers to kick off. And as I said, if you can speak for around 10 to 12 minutes each, we'll have enough time at the end for a Q&A session. So José, I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on the fish traps on your country at Brewarrina, and I'd like to invite you to start with the presentations.
I'm not sure if the message was passed on, but our two elders, Uncle Pete Williams and Uncle Paul Gordon, couldn't make it. It was Uncle Peter Williams booked in because he's had health issues. So I don't want to really speak too much on Brewarrina fish traps today. What I'm going to be here to do is to listen to the about the Budge BIM eel traps and basically try and find connections between the two. I think it's going to be probably more appropriate because I'm a Ngampa Wongaipon Wiradjuri man that has strong connections all out under that country in them different places. So I think it would be really interesting today actually to hear about your country there and sort of find connections because we've got plenty of stories as well. Like we do a lot of revitalization of songs, language, corroborees, and we've seen the impacts or the positive outcomes from that, you know, with rain and rivers and those sorts of things. So I might actually pass it on for now, and then we'll if we can have a yarn after.
Okay, sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
All of those things that you've mentioned will no doubt be important components of our Q&A session. So I will now pass it over to whoever wants to go next. Damein?
Damein, yes.
Thank you.
Hello, Barry. Hello, everyone. Nyata. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge Wurundjeri ancestors and our elders in our community and our country, and also acknowledge all the different First Nations that we're in and country that we're being in from. Really appreciate being here today. Looking forward to sharing some stories about the Biwarana fish traps. I'm very fortunate to go up there a couple of years ago when the water was there. Just an incredible place to be with all the stories that are right there illustrated in front of you. Amazing. I'm here with my nephew Tyson to talk about Bud's Bin, and I'm going to share the screen. I've got a couple of slides for people. Push that button and push that button. That one come up? Cool. All right. Well, again, for acknowledgement, and also to acknowledge Melbourne Uni and the work that they do with our community, particularly through the School of Engineering. We've got some really exciting work coming up that's just not ready to be out there yet, but our landscape, it covers 100 square kilometres of Budgerong lava country, and it's where our ancestors engineered and built probably the world's largest freshwater aquaculture system. It's incredible. With the bushfires that we had about 18 months ago, it was like the ancestors were doing the burn, and it took away some vegetation, and it managed to reveal to us just that little bit more of the story that's on country. And it just sort of sat us back on our heels in regards to how extensive this system is. For our people, we were invaded, and the Europeans and squatters settled in the early 1800s. We were all put on the mission, Lake Honda mission, and our family over at the Framingham mission. And we lost a lot of stories. We had a lot of stories taken from us, and we had a lot of stories that our ancestors must have thought, all right, we'll put these stories away until something happens with the mob. And then 2010, we were able to restore water to Te Reika Lake Honda, which is at the heart of the Budgerong landscape. And from that, country is teaching us again. It's amazing. And that's just with the Budgerong landscape. Of course, when we talk about Wurundjeri country, we talk about in the southwest of Victoria, between the Glenelg and the Hoffmans River and up to the Wannon, and with the Southern Ocean as our southern sea country, nearing. And as you can see, Budgerong's right in the middle of it. With what our ancestors engineered and built was traditional aquaculture systems, ponds, channels, raceways, all of that activated water through the landscape for the farming of Akawyan, which is the short fin eel, plus other fish, plus other animals, because wherever you have water, you have life there. And with our ancestors, they built stone villages all along the system. This is one of the house sites here. We have places where we could have 100 house sites in a couple of hectares. So it's incredible. And again, it always teaches us. In 2019, after about 30 years of work by our community and our partners that we engaged with, we had the Budgerong, the cultural landscape, listed by UNESCO onto the World Heritage List. And in a sort of surprising move at the time, it was the first time that a World Heritage Place in Australia was listed for its purely Aboriginal cultural values, which which is deadly, but it's also sort of a shame because Aboriginal Australia exists right across the continent and the islands, and our cultures should be right up there listed for World Heritage alongside everything that we do. I'm focusing this sort of talk on the possum skin cloak, the Lake Condah possum skin cloak. The Lake Condah possum skin cloak was made in 1872 by 6 Gunditj Mara and Bowendick men at the Lake Condah Mission. It's currently at the Museum Victoria, but next week, very next week, it's actually coming home, as well as all our other Gunditj Mara cultural heritage objects that have been held by Museum Victoria over the past, over the past 15 years, 20 years actually. We've been working towards building a keeping place at the mission, which we've done, and it runs off the solar. It's museum quality with the humidity and the atmosphere that we need. And our mob's actually traveling down to Melbourne tomorrow to pick up all our cultural heritage items that have been prepared. They went down a couple of months ago when we had that break in COVID to deinstall everything and pack it away and do that freezing thing that they had to do on some of the things. And next week they'll be home. But with the cloak, as you can see, it's in panels, and those panels represent, when we talk about engineering, these panels, I reckon, represent engineering plans for a landscape. You see there, they're the men who created the Lake Condah possum skin cloak, which is very deadly. 2 of them are my great-grandfather, and 2 of them are Tyson's great-great-grandfathers. And plus, you see with the image that's there how each panel describes part of the landscape. Now I'll just get into that a bit more. So this is 1872 when this was designed and constructed by our grandfathers. In 1882, we had a European fella come through as a surveyor, and he surveyed some of the aquaculture system at the south end of Lake Condah. His name was Ingram, and what was, I suppose, with what he was informed by an old fella, one of our old Gunditj Mara men, about how the system works, the Condah Swamp, Lake Condah itself as its basin, and then this part here is sort of blown up here, where the old cultural weir is. And we know that weir is 4,600 years old. Our ancestors built it to mitigate against drought. But in here, you've got a channel system, one of the channel systems. And to sort of overlay that with some recent work that we've done in documenting our channels. This one's about 5 years old, but we've been really fortunate to have the technology and our own young people, including Tyson and Leroy, with the technology, with drones and the scanners, to come out to capture that story again for our interpretation and also the future management as we go through, as we continue to go through land use change and climate change. I wanted to, this is a very recent picture of curtainage, which is one of our properties. One of the things we do as Gunditj Mara is that we get the land back. And we've been very fortunate over the past 40 years since the owners versus Alcoa case to have the return of our country to us to look after. And even better still, those places for our mob to grow up, not only on our own sort of title, but throughout Gunditj Mara country. This picture is very, we've done drone footages, we've done this with the LiDAR, done that, but this one caught my eye because it was sort of at a different angle. And what it reminded me of was the possum skin cloak and the types of engineering plans that our ancestors had figured out and which our grandfathers had documented. You see a lot of sinkholes. You see this and that. This is a lava flow landscape, or cultural landscape, that's been engineered by our ancestors. And when you look at that, these patterns behind me, you sort of see this sort of be revealed. The grids and patterns that are being engineered from the stone to bring water through. And we sort of first, when we talk about Lake Conda, Te Rake, we take that broader picture of country where we've got some lava flow that now exists under the ocean. We did some early marine mapping, and there was some suspicious stuff that looks like channels and aquaculture out under the ocean, what's there now. So we sort of got the story of where the aquaculture was. The oceans come in, of course, 10,000 years ago, and our ancestors had to find somewhere else to set up production. So they moved more to the north end of the lava flow and constructed Te Rake, Lake Conda. We really figure it's a construction because Lake Conda wasn't there 8,000 years ago. And we know that through some core sampling we did of the lake bed for about, what are we up to now? Say about 15 years ago. So it was grasslands before then, but we know that the dating that we've done there, some of the aquaculture systems we know there are 6,800 years, but we know the ocean came in 10,000 years ago. We know Lake Conda was only built 8,000 years ago, and just recent, a couple of years ago, when School of Engineering come down for us to co-learn with some Melbourne Uni students about LiDAR, the handheld LiDAR stuff, and the little buggy with the LiDAR, and also the drone with the LiDAR. We took some what do you call it, readings or scanning along this waterway here. And it sort of revealed to us that there's inclines in this. So for as much as we think about our ancestors constructing Lake Conda, we think of our ancestors constructing rivers to help with the aquaculture here. Coming back to the possums and cloak, this is a representation of the panels and the designs that are there. And I just want to draw your attention to these bits that come out, those ponds, those channels that come through. So when you look at this landscape, we look at what our grandfathers had depicted, what our ancestors had engineered, and what we're able to do today as Gunditjmara people in continuing to read that landscape in an ever-changing climate and different landscape than what we had in traditional times. I came across, of course you always do your PowerPoints first thing in the morning before a talk, but I got online and I was looking around for some images, and what came up was this sort of depiction of the aquaculture system, our seasons and everything that was done by a lady in the Netherlands, which was pretty impressive. This one here is a representation of Budge Bin, a representation of the lava flow, of the lake, of the channels and the raceways, narrowbans, our baskets, our traps, our channels, our weirs, the sinkholes, the smoking trees where our ancestors would smoke, the Akawyan and other fish. And the way she's done it is pretty deadly too. She's got the life cycle of the Akawyan going right around. Oh, the house where we feed them. And then also put in our sort of cultural seasons across there, October to December, our eels and fish are in the shallow water, and those descriptions there. It's sort of the first time I've ever seen our story depicted in one image. And like I said, I just found it this morning and I was just really floored in regards to how she has caught everything. I've already sent her an invite to come and visit with us. But when we talk about engineering and we talk about place, we talk about all those things that go into it. Why, how, when, and to put that in context to First Nations, the whole cosmology of it all, the culture of it all, it just builds and builds and builds. And knowing that this landscape, well, we know some parts of the system is 6,800 years old. We know parts of the system are 8,000 years old. And we now know that Budgeon itself, both in its revelation as an ancestral creation being and the eruption of the volcano, we know that's 37,000 years old. And we know that there's a brother volcano at Tower Hill that come around the same side. And we know how much that sort of, the reaction that we got from Geology America when those dates, that eruption date was published, they couldn't believe that we have a creation story that can go back and be pinpointed 37,000 years ago, which of course it impresses us as Gunditjmara people because that's our heritage and our identity. But it's always, again, I suppose, like this lady from the Netherlands, when people outside our community come in to learn about the Budgeon landscape in Gunditjmara country, it's always surprising to see how important it is, not only to us, but the broader world as well. So that was my little talk with slides. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, Damein. That was absolutely wonderful. It's a place that I think is very special in the context of Victoria. I have had an opportunity to go down there and teach students on that landscape, and it's a wonderful resource that's within a day trip of Melbourne. Kaya, would you like to speak, or Tyson? Or would we like to go straight into Q&A?
I'm wondering whether Tyson can speak at this point, and then I'll just speak very briefly, and we can go
thank you.
Q&A.
Tyson.
Thanks, Kaya. So as Barry said, my name's Tyson Lovett-Murray. My bio, I'm previously was a former project officer at Gunditjmara and worked across a few projects, and I suppose when we're thinking about sort of engineering and place and people and that place at Budgeon, like how important it is for our mob, and how much ingenuity had went into that landscape there. It's pretty amazing when you think about, I suppose, the extensiveness of it. So we did do our nomination report for the World Heritage listing, and to side by side with that, I worked on a video that sort of explained the extensiveness of the traps as well. And I guess, there's about 150 recorded stone structures that are, weirs or dams or channels that have been cut into the bedrock there. They're across about 10 to 15 eel trap complexes. Some complexes can have up to 5 holding pens for eels. That's all part of the one complex and slowly fill up as the water comes up. Uncle Damein had spoke about the weir that was built at the outlet of the lake to keep water in. So the story of that waterway is that there's the Conda Swamp, which is 17 k's long, which is the catchment that feeds into Lake Conda, and then Lake Conda turns into a stream called Darlett's Creek, and eventually snakes its way out to sea. All the eels will live in the Darlett's Creek, and when that winter rain will come, they'll sense that the flows in the water have changed, and they'll move upstream to those big feeding grounds at Lake Conda and other swamps. So with the eruption of Budgeon, or the volcano 36,000 years ago, it's changed that whole landscape and blocked up the drainage patterns of the whole of the landscape. So all these swamps were created. So there's Conda Swamp, Lake Conda, Woodbury Swamp, Homerton Swamp, Gorrie Swamp, you know, and these were the places where the resources went and became really important places to our mob. And yeah, it became the places where they would, they surveyed the landscape and they decided where to place these channels to divert water from the lake into these natural sinkholes formed by the lava. Some of them built dams as well, stuff like that. And it was all about, penning all those eels into these sinkholes. And, you know, they're all on different elevations as well. So there's trap complexes at lower elevations and a second one and a third one as the water comes up. So you can pen eels at different water levels of the lake. And then as that water level comes back down again, so as it goes up, one complex will flood out. But then as it comes back down again, you can pen the eels and stuff like that. But they also had channels that they cut. You know, some of the channels were 130 meters long, cut into the bedrock. Some of the channels were so big that they were probably to manage flood levels. So they cut a big channel from the lake to another big open area that wouldn't have ever flooded until they cut that channel, and it was like the size of, you know, 2 football ovals. So to have that channel there is to slow the rising of the water as it floods through winter and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot of ingenuity that went on at that place. You know, there's trap complexes that has one that has a keystone where you've got a channel that runs by a holding pond, and there's a stone there you can pick up and turn to release water from the channel into the holding pond. You know, and we're a bit concerned when the fires come through, because the fire can crack some of the basalt stones and stuff like that. But yeah, so yeah, there was a lot that sort of went on there. There's other channels that were cut into the soil and the bed of the lake. But yeah, it's really important. And with all these wetlands, you know, the Stonehouse villages were associated with all the wetlands as well. So at Lake Conda, there's 80 recorded Stonehouse sites. At Conda Swamp, there's 140 plus recorded Stonehouse sites, all in the radius of about 30 meters, or 40 or 50 meters. Tirrandara has another 60 Stonehouses there, which has got the Homerton Swamp as well. So the whole landscape was utilised and engineered by our mob, and it was all about connection to place, obviously resources, a spiritual connection there with Budjabim and the dreaming story there, and looking after country as well. So I think in our nomination report we talked about the eco-cultural landscapes, and you know, which speaks to sustainability and change in the landscape. But the changes are reversible changes, whereas you could compare to some of the Western farming and the monocultures with the sheep and cows, and they clear the whole landscape just to put the sheep and cows on there, you know, and you're making species go extinct. You're increasing the production of the sheep or cow, but the mob were able to do that with the short-finned eels by extending their range and creating more wetlands by diverting the water with the channels, but did it and kept biodiversity, kept, you know, other species from going extinct, things like that. So it was yeah, it's a special place for our mob, obviously, but yeah, there's a lot that went on there that's still there today. And you know, as we talked about with the fires that exposed some more of the eel traps, you know, because of the land use change that Uncle Damein had mentioned earlier, we lost the amount of water that we would traditionally get. So then the traps are at a higher elevation, would only get flood when we got that old water. They become unusable, and yeah, eventually, you know, they grow over with vegetation and stuff like that. But there's traps on low elevations that were used, haven't stopped being used really. You know, they got uncovered through the fires, those old ones, and that was really good. And that was, you know, thanks to the work with Melbourne Uni, with the Department of Environment, we were able to go out and scan that landscape with the LiDAR. And, you know, there was a trap complex that we thought was 380 meters long, turned out to be 1.5 kilometers long. You know, it was on the edge of the lava flow where it began, where the water would flood in. and then fed into the lava flow. And yeah, we thought it went 380 meters into the lava flow, but it was actually 1.5 k's long, which is huge. It's got about 10 different stone structures on it, from V-traps to channels to really walls that are like a meter, 1 meter, 1.5 meters tall. So yeah, there was a lot going on, and it feeds into different sinkholes, different, low elevations that they use naturally to pond eels and stuff like that. And yeah, some of the complex had outlets as well, where you could, you could lock it up and feed water out of the system as well. So yeah, a lot went on there. Could talk all day about it, but I might pass on to Kehi. Thanks.
Thank you, Tyson and Damein. For me, it's been an amazing journey working with the Gunditjmara and also the other Aboriginal communities that I've had the privilege of being able to work with around this issue of Indigenous engineering. When I first began, it was a question of, well, what do we mean by Indigenous engineering and an Indigenous perspective that we can include into the curricula for all engineering students? And over my time in working with the Gunditjmara and with others, I've come to realise, and I'm going to just share a couple of images. And one is this understanding that I've really come to appreciate deeply, and I realise there's a lot of work to be done in articulating that, is that engineering is this very intimate relationship between people and place. The word engineering has the same root as ingenuity, and it's the nature of a place that invites the ingenuity from people to be able to develop, have practices that will help them support their survival needs. How to get water, how to get a shelter, how to get food, how to create the tools in order to craft the things they need to craft. All of it is very place specific. And then bringing together this practice and philosophy in actually engaging in the landscape is, I think, what is at the heart of engineering. And the other image that I want to share is this image of being able to, one of the things that I learned from Damein is this different naming of places. So for the Gunditjmara, there is stone country, sea country, forest country, and forest river country. And I've really started to reflect on and become aware how each of the places, the different types of landscapes that we have in Australia, each one has its own set of resources and its own challenges that present people with these challenges in order to survive. And each one invites a whole range of different engineering skills. So if you think about, how do the people in desert country find water? How do they find food? What might be the difference between engaging in the tools that you need to make in working with stone country versus being able, the tools that you need to work in forest country? The work continues. I'm not going to say any more. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention about the significance of all of these different countries and the relationship between people and place. And
thank you, Kehi. Thanks to all the speakers. I want to ask some questions to try and bring all of you into a conversation. And I guess my question really relates to perhaps my own frustration as someone who teaches Indigenous studies in an institution that's located in Melbourne. There is a view amongst incoming students, many of them, that Aboriginal people, culture, cultural knowledge only exists in the north and the centre. And Clearly, that is incorrect. Damein has already pointed to a cultural heritage for Gunditjmara that goes back at least 37,000 years, which is mind-blowing. It's difficult for me to wrap my head around that length of time, but if I can pass it over to panelists now, and if you can think about why it is that Budge Bim so old, it predates the pyramids by some time. It's on a scale that again is difficult to comprehend in terms of ancestors digging out those channels with rudimentary tools. They didn't have modern tools to do these things. And again, with the fish traps in Brewarrina, you can see those from space, can't you? So they're on a significant scale, and they're also similarly ancient. Why is it that people don't recognize these things, don't know about them? Is it a matter of racism? Is it a matter of ignorance? What is the problem here with the acknowledgement of Indigenous cultural heritage and educating the public? And I just before I pass over, Tony Birch, an Aboriginal academic, has done some work on how we in the state of Victoria understand cultural heritage. And one of the examples he provided was the stone quarry site near the town of Stawell. There were plans to build a miners' town on that site. Designs were made. The town was never built, but the designs are now an important part of cultural heritage in that part of Western Central Victoria, and yet other sites close by, like Bunjil Shelter, not so much. So my question's really about cultural heritage and acknowledgement of this, and how we get the general populace to understand that these things are important.
Yeah,
if you'd like to go.
Yeah, could I respond just to what Uncle Damein was saying, leading on to your question, Meri? Just as a bit of a response, because there's a lot of, I did just see a lot of similarities. I might actually just show a picture. I think you asked me before to put a picture up of the rear on the fish traps, and you'll see amazingly the similarities.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to open these pictures here. Share my screen. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So that's a historic photo of it, of our old people there. I wonder if it's going to let me go across. Yeah, and then that's a newer one. So already you can see the country is different. This is on a river, on the Barwon River, but you can kind of see the structural engineering very similar. Yeah, and our country's, we're at northwestern New South Wales, which is home to a few different groups. Like you've got the Ngiamba, Wiradjuri, Wonga, Borden, Gamilaroi, Uwaloroi. So that's what this really is all about, the meeting of these groups to this river and to these places. Like we've got a lot of sites around there. We've got a site called Gundabuka that has this fish traps drawn on the rock, which talks about travel on there, and it's a good 200 kilometers away. And even the patterns, I could see the patterns that you were drawing, those crosses, that's painted all on our rock walls as well. So there's definitely some really strong similarities here between our countries and the way our old people did it. And that's really feels powering and unifying to see that. And that's this end of the country. So just in response to Barry's question, that in the southeastern end of the country, we've got all this history in the land that's still there, and we're still connecting with it as well. I just recently read an article, Yamagarabai, when's it going to rain? And the really bad droughts in 2019 I think it was, yeah, really bad droughts in 2019 when the river was dried up. Brewarrina fish traps had no water in it. So a big river had no water in it. And there was a couple of groups. Uncle Bruce Shillingsworth was doing a corroboree up that way through Walgett, Brewarrina. And then my mob did a corroboree in Wagga Wagga, where all these groups come together to dance. I'll show a picture of that too. Hang on, the Wagga corroboree. Here we are. So that's all the men and boys there that come together.
Oh, wow.
You'll see on their bodies all their country painted on them from all their different clan groups. I'm there somewhere. I'm in the back here hiding. So we danced there, and then surely enough, 1 week later, we had 50 mils of rain in Brewarrina.
Yeah.
And there's been countless stories of this happening when our mobs do this for country and dance for country, because we are the country. Like our blood, our bones, our meat, our skin is the same. It comes from the country. So when we sing about it, dance about it, it responds back to us. So yeah, this sort of thing about you have to go north or you have to go desert. If you want to learn about desert culture, you go to the desert culture. But yeah, we're still here dancing and singing. Maybe it's because the early anthropologists, linguists told us that our culture was dying as well. They told us that there's none left. And I noticed it was documented, those eel traps there. And we had the same thing by Robert Matthews in the early 1900s. He documented the Brewarrina fish traps. And it was always sort of in a salvage mentality. We're salvaging it before it dies. And that was 100 years ago, 1903, I think you recorded that. In 2021, we're still here doing it. So, yeah, I'm not sure why. I think maybe that mentality is starting to happen in Northern Territory, where we're salvaging things, but we're always going to be here. We're part of the country. So,
if I might add something to that, please. I think one of the issues is that engineering is often thought of as modern day technology. And in the last 100 years, the development of that technology has been not only enormous, but has had global impact. And what is often not thought about, what we think about is the artifact, the mobile phone or the road or the whatever it is. We don't tend to think of the philosophy and values and practices that underpin it. So concepts like sustainability, concepts like thinking about short-term solutions versus with one elder that I was speaking with, he talked about not only making decisions that have an impact, they think about what impact will it have in 7 generations. So imagine if today everything that was engineered, we thought of in terms of the impact of 7 generations. And if you think of modern, for example, I was talking to somebody about designing a fridge. It gets designed in one country, gets built in another country. The resources to build it come from yet another place. And then when the fridge has had its life, often much shorter than what it was made for, it gets disposed of in yet another country. So we don't, in the modern world, we don't tend to see the impact, the whole picture of every single product that's been engineered that we use. And I think then because we don't see it, we don't tend to think of engineering in those terms. And therefore, when we look at Aboriginal engineering, it's thought of as something that's ancient and in the past and not relevant today. But I think it is extremely relevant and valuable, and will hopefully have us rethinking how we engage in the practice and philosophy of modern day engineering.
Yeah, that's a good point too. And if you think about it, I love that fridge example. Like, how long does a fridge last? I don't know.
Not much these days.
A few years or something.
Yeah.
But our old people have built something that's lasted thousands and thousands of years. You don't need to replace it every few years. You just need to maintain it, because our old people have left it there for us. Like, right there, it just tells you we ain't silly. You know, like it works. And
what Tyson was talking about before, about how engineering is for that place, and how long it lasts. We've been doing up a new master plan for what we're doing for our landscape, and that circular economy concept comes into it. About, you have a place, you build from that place, you make sure things can go back into that place. And I thought, oh, I wonder where they learned that from. So that's interesting too. And I suppose getting back to where things are, where heritage is recognised, it's where those two worlds meet, about what our ancestors and what our communities do today in maintaining our places, in regards to not only engineering, but song, culture, language, practice. We maintain those places, and to have this other world now coming to talk about circular economies, about building and building back into a place and not the resources that are there. It's been interesting to see how that's been, I suppose, put together to help explain the importance of Aboriginal heritage to the broader community. Getting back to Barry's question before about how cultural heritage, what levels it's respected at. We in Victoria, we have the Aboriginal Heritage Act, and I reckon it's probably the best one in the world, but it's still got a long way to go. It's always going to evolve as we evolve as traditional owners. But more broadly, you have these places. For as much as we're not known about how much we're disrespected about, I think that exists all over Australia, and racism is a big part of that, because we're in 2021. You can't be ignorant anymore. We've got a World Wide Web to learn everything from, let alone the people to learn everything from. We still have important sites being blown up purposely by industry, by engineers, and you just think, oh, you know, that 2 steps forward, 10 steps back. So where we have our heritage, not only it has to be those heritage in places, sort of take away that that heritage line from it, because it's always living. It's never going to go away, and it's always wherever you have these places, you've got to have people. When we talk about reconciliation, or when I talk about reconciliation, sometimes there's some people you don't want to reconcile with, but if it comes to a place, something like Budge Bin, you can bring people around that place to reconcile with the place about what it needs. So, you know, you can have, you can have us, you can have the rednecks, you can have the hardheads, you can have all that together, but to look after a place, because it's about what we have now is to take us into the future, our common goals, and to look out for the scary world that's already here.
Thank you. That was awesome. My next question is going to try and draw out some of the themes that each one of you has spoken to already, but the importance of Indigenous engineering and the philosophies that lie behind it in terms of Indigenous futures, of course, for various peoples across this continent, but also human futures more generally. We face at the moment a time in history where global warming, ecological collapse is placing all of us at risk. What learnings can we take from Indigenous engineering and knowledges and philosophies and apply it to contemporary times?
One very simple first response, that's something that I've been trying to do in the Faculty of Engineering, is to bring many perspectives on Indigenous engineering. So Budge Bim, and other places around Australia and the different responses, because I think what modern day world and engineering in particular is this one solution that can be applied everywhere globally with no thought about the impacts in each place. And it's this notion of biodiversity, that biodiversity is very, very important, and that there are many different ways of understanding a problem, solving a problem, thinking about it in terms of the place where it is and the impact that it has on people.
Yeah, responding to that then, definitely. And you just don't know how something's going to work in a problem unless you go there and you ask the people that know the country, you know. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that comes back to, I guess that's why we sort of have this inherent thing where we all respect each other's mobs, you know, and why we get on the country and we talk to the people of that country, because they've got the knowledge of it. And those multiple perspectives are definitely important. Yeah.
You going, Toy?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I suppose when you think about is what our mob's doing and our mob's ways of thinking and how it can inform best practice in the way things can be done today. You know, spoke to the eco-cultural landscape stuff about, you know, making changes to the landscape that are reversible, protecting that sustainability of country. But also, I suppose one thing that comes to mind is that like the fire stick farming that mobs do across, all the First Nations mob do across the country. You know, our mob have a pretty good partnership at the moment with the Department of Environment and the fire forest team. So yeah, you can see how state departments and other fire services they're keen as at the moment to learn all about the mob's cultural knowledge around fire. And it's amazing. Like, I've learned a bit myself, lucky enough to learn from a fellow Uncle Rod Mason, but and our own elders and other mobs. But I worked as a project firefighter 14 years ago. None of them were talking about this stuff, and you know, the fire is so important to country and managing it, and you know, being mindful of, you know, country overgrown and all that stuff. So we've been doing a bit back home, and you know, through our partnerships with the Catchment Management Authority, you know, they're doing burns to protect the red-tailed black cockatoo, which is one of our you know, culturally significant species. It's one of our moieties back home, and it's endangered. You know, there's 5 subspecies, and we've got the smallest one, and you know, they need more food to eat. So you know, part of that, the fire knowledge is, you know, smoke is the signal that triggers its trees, the tree that it eats the seeds off, to grow more seeds. So now we've done burning with those guys to manage that with the CMA and the Department of Environment. You know, burning heath bushes and stuff next to those stands of eucalypt to produce more seed to protect that species. We've done other stuff as well, like burning out sort of reed beds to protect other endangered species as well. The Australasian bittern lives in these reed beds on the Tirrandara IPA, the Curtinage IPA. You know, in those wetlands, the reed beds sort of explode, and you know, another thing I suppose that affects those or impacts those reed beds is the agriculture in the catchment that feeds through the water. You know, all the pee and crap from the sheep and cows washes into the waterways, and then there's the reed beds. They explode and they can block up the whole waterway, stopping native fish getting up and down and stuff like that. So, you know, our cultural knowledge is added to management policies of the Catchment Management Authority that manages the waterways, and the Department of Environment when it comes to managing the bush and stuff like that. So yeah, in that space around fire knowledge, there's a lot happening with the mob's cultural knowledge protecting country. Yeah.
Cool. I reckon get ready for it. We got our country, we got our ancestors and the legacy that they've left for us. We've built resources that if the world crashes and burns, We know we've got solar technology. We know we've got water technology. We're getting ready for that end of it. So if you know where you come from, and if you know what you got, and you know how to use it, you can go forward in helping to save the world. Because it is scary and challenging, even with the renewables coming on board, with solar's here, hydrogen's coming, wave technology, offshore wind farms. That's the next level. But what we need to do is make sure our mob's right. Our community has knowledge and resilience about not only what we can do, but what the broader world's learning to do. And if we can bring those knowledges together, again, that place, how's this technology, how's this engineering going to work in this place? How is it going to be built from this place, and how it's going to be put back into this place is going to be the challenge. But we really need to build our resiliences, learn what our old people have, learn what our young people can do, because yes, they're pretty deadly. And to with the technology, even though someone lost their drone in the lake, that's all right. We'll get you another one. All of that to bring us into the future, because 2030, 2050 is not that far away. We need to reduce emissions and the challenges that are there. So engineering, here we go.
Thank you, panelists. Wonderful, and particularly for you fellas down in Gunditjmara, I was thinking about how your people's knowledge of eels and managing that landscape down there had a huge impact, as we know now that those eels go way up into the South Pacific Ocean. So what your ancestors and what you're doing now continues to impact a significant footprint on the earth. For me, understanding that and understanding the concept of relationality and kinship with the world is really what is stake here in promoting and learning more about Indigenous engineering from the past and how that can be applied in the present and the future. We're out of time. As I said to the last group of people I facilitated, we could have had 2 hours and we would have had things to talk about. It's a wonderful symposium. I really like the way that IKI and the University of Melbourne does these things by pairing up academic researchers like Kehi with community-based knowledge holders to speak at events like this and give us insights into the work you're doing together. So I thank you all. It is a Saturday afternoon and I know that people have other things to do, but really appreciate your time and effort to come and speak at this event today. Thank you all.
Thank you, and thank you to the sign language person. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jesse, Tyson, Damein, and Barry.
Yeah, that was good. Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone who's in my time zone. Good morning to those for whom it is morning, and good evening for others. I acknowledge the traditional owners of Naarm. That's Melbourne, where I am. This is the country of the Wurundjeri people, and I pay my respects to the traditional owners and to their elders, past and present. This is a very special session. We'll see a wonderful film, and it's my honour to introduce 2 very special people today who made this film. Let me start with the elder first, Dr. Balthasar Kehi. He is originally from Timor, both east and west along the colonial border. He studied and worked in different parts of Indonesia and also in East Timor at schools and tertiary institutions, and has also worked with charity organisations. He has been with the University of Melbourne since 1999 in different departments or schools, and has worked at other universities in Melbourne. He studied academic psychology and philosophy in Chicago and San Diego and New York City, where he was awarded a PhD degree in Western philosophy and education by Columbia University in 1993. Although academically trained in secular Western philosophy and psychology, his personal interest is in the spirituality of his Indigenous ancestral religion, Ulik. He also, of course, is an expert in the Abrahamic traditions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, particularly Sufism, Taoism, Buddhism, and Sanatana Dharma, or a type of Hinduism. Every time he visits his community in East and West Timor, he goes to the graves of his ancestors to pray and to remind himself of the mortality of his human body. He attends a spiritual ceremony conducted by elders, and he makes symbolic offerings to the deity Maramak, ancestors and the spirits of the custodians of the sacred lands, waters, hills, forests, stones, and the house. Umalulik. Votare Balthasar.
Marcia.
So Balthasar has collaborated for many years, as I said, with Associate Professor Lisa Palmer, who cannot be with us today. So apologies from Lisa. Lisa is a human geographer. She's in our geography school in the science faculty here at the University of Melbourne. She teaches and researches on human-environment relations, particularly Indigenous approaches to environmental and social governance. Her research takes a critical ecological approach and is focused on Southeast Asia, particularly Timor-Leste and Indigenous Australia. She lives in Melbourne and regularly travels to Timor-Leste to carry out research and visit extended family. She's published widely. She's the author of a very important ethnography on the complex relations with water in Timor-Leste, titled Water Politics and Spiritual Ecology, Custom, Environmental Governance and Development. I recommend her latest book, Island Encounters, Timor-Leste from the Outside In, published by A&U Press. It's not an academic book, but it's a wonderful read. So now we'll hear from Lisa by video.
Hello everyone, my name is Lisa Palmer and I'm the Director of Wild Honey, Caring for Bees in a Divided Land. I'd like to acknowledge the Kulin Nation and their elders past and present in Melbourne, where I live and work, and the elders past and present in the Kingdom of Kogalima on the island of Timor, where this film was made. I'd also like to acknowledge my colleague, Dr. Balthasar Kehi, who's my collaborator on this film and from whom you will hear from in the Q&A session following the film's screening. Balthasar and I have worked together with his extended family and associated communities on the border between Timor-Leste and Indonesia, carrying out Australian Research Council funded research since 2011. This film was shot during my sabbatical from the University of Melbourne School of Geography in 2018, when Balthasar and I both travelled to the border region of the island. So the film Wild Honey documents change and continuity in human-environment relations in a specific geographic context. As we will see in the film, people care for bees by dedicating offerings, serenading them with love songs, and offering their trees as houses. As migratory pollinators and as particular manifestations of human beings, bees are also understood to be caring for people. In a time of rapid change, wild honey contributes to documenting the customary practice around these more than human relations. It was made as a collaborative endeavour together with Balthasar's family and community, and is seen as a unique opportunity for those involved to facilitate and honour encounters across differences. The film has been screened at various international film festivals, academic conferences and community events. This has included screenings in Timor-Leste at a Human Rights and Land Film Festival, a recent screening at the Bali International Film Festival, and screenings in Australia to local beekeeper associations. All such screenings contribute to opening up conversations, reflection, and raising awareness of the interspecies connections between people and bees, and between diverse peoples and each other in connection with land, water, moon, sun, stars, plants, other animals, and the sacred realm. So wild honey is filmed right on the border of Timor-Leste and Indonesia in the village of Lokyu. Lokyu is a part of the larger kingdom of Kobalima, which means 5 offering baskets. We'll see these offering baskets in the film. People of Kobalima regularly make informal journeys back and forth across the border, depending on which side of this international border they've now settled. They do this especially for rituals connected to the building or maintenance of clan origin houses, or to do with their connection and maintenance of sacred springs. So the film asks us to think about borders and boundaries of many kinds. We can think here of land borders, colonial borders, or the borders and boundaries of the nation state, tracing the history of the Portuguese and Dutch colonial borders, which first divided the island, the history of the Indonesian occupation of the eastern part of the island, and the East Timorese independence in 2002. All of these processes have and continue to divide or impact Indigenous lands and peoples on the border region. The film also asks us to think about the borders or boundaries between the idea of a market or a non-market economy and the synergies between them, and to think around spiritual or cultural boundaries. In the film, we hear elders invoke the concept of letin no kraik, or the above and below, asking us to acknowledge both the distinctions and the connections between these two realms. The film is also about fuzzy interspecies boundaries and borders. Bees, we are told, are people. They are called to the border area from both the east and west of the island, which, as I mentioned, are across 2 countries, and these harvest ceremonies take place at only certain times of the year, during which time these migratory bees are called in to the border region. This is an ethnographic film filmed in the observational style. Its story is narrated in situ by the community themselves, and it was shot over one day and night. It is, as far as we know, the first visual account of a nocturnal honey harvest of this kind on island Timor. We are yet to even find a historical or contemporary written account, although a written account of this filming process has been published in my 2021 book, Island Encounters, Timor-Leste from the Outside In. The community ritual is no longer practiced in much of the island, although according to oral accounts, it once widely was. War and conflict and the Indonesian occupation in the eastern part of the island mean that it's no longer practiced in these parts. It is, though, a community honey harvest and nocturnal ritual practice still strong among the lands, among the clans and language groups of the remote border areas of the central island, Timor. I hope you enjoy the film. As I mentioned, Balthasar will be here to take questions at the end of the 30-minute screening. And thank you very much as well to the Indigenous Knowledge Institute for hosting this event today. It's a great honour. Thank you.
So that was Lisa Palmer. And now we will see the film Wild Honey, Caring for Bees in a Divided Land, distributed by Ronin Films.
Naran Beria Sebastianus.
Balik naran.
Tambah Horiwesia naklahkan itu. Dahu lorok wani, bui lorok wani, meli lorok ai kemelin, batar lorok batar, hare lorok hare, na lorok ai na. Tambah dahu lorok, bui lorok, mia papu, la hola, tat homeno, ema, nelos wani, ema. Bila kambalikan wani, tapi ema. Niamak ema rua mesti na soru malu. Halo adat, hulibahan. Atu loh satu tambah doit nelai. Adat neter. Beisana aktian. Kalau nia maitian, italah soru nia vila nika tina holi la mainan. Tina holi ne la mainan. Tambah emane emalahkan itu. Emana ayuan, emalorowan. Tan italah soru la bele. Ha. Tama bat Australia na rede, Novini na rede, ama ova wahe banyade.
Hayo ausik ba? Ida sa ino ba niya?
Ay, at to ay mahumba.
Ay mahumba. At trola itang liyan mo ay. Itang liyan mo kasi yan ba? Ay. Kung ganyo. Akin na kalau gini. Hey, hey. Mama ini sudah kecerdasan ini semua.
Lihat lakatak malona biar babesi melihat teki.
Ah, iya, lakatak malona.
Ulu pasterami kahtak ema faeone olah atau tempat tujuan los. No perjandi angkeran. Omai kasumi kelia.
Kui hola ki kilo nawalaran nawan.
Ikan han.
Orang sudah hanano serba lulis lehon, hanano lehon, serisa mutu lehon, mesin makala falik.
Mesin nalo bele nia foreign yang berita cuma itak meter lah belako.
Punya lehon tak udah main batu kan?
Los, udah main kanunia.
Ya.
Buat nak raisa lain.
Raisa lain.
Ya. Manin ini pernah bisa mana ke han lehon.
Kita baca han lehon.
Bisa nak kita baca. Ya, tu saya kan saya mesti kok main nare uduk lah itu. Iya, saya main nare, saya nare. Nare ayo jalan nih. Kalau kau bubur kulit itu huri jangan ibu mirwan apa Ulu kami mau tuh hal tuh spater deh, jadi saya kan hahanu baik. Barak awalnya.
Ne maka bolu haka atawan.
Atawan kayak babu.
Atawan ho dia.
Babuk ni mana dinolowan yang cari.
Ya babuk ne lah dia atawan dia kliu.
Atawan ni kan dinolowan yang iman tu.
Kalau iman.
Atawan ni babuk.
Hey, ne Professor ulung bot magnai kana.
Buat kelas mana buat?
Kunci dia hai.
Ya no ne.
Lalu itu lah kamu di open ni. Ija benda hodi set terlalu tambah sini ija deh. Hodi haluan lain perkembangan.
Saya buka awe hodi taat balik kan. Tadi balik.
Ya lalu.
Wani bot ruari.
Ini Meri jangan habiskan. Vai quando vai jogar like ne pas.
Aku bila apa ni na? Ada mana sila? No, ang kuisira.
Makas.
Ini barat ni
makas.
Ni usia oleh tali usia oleh. Oh tu. Sudah ni wani ketkar ami tamu welaran ni swani tamu tujuh. Beliatin ni pun mesti. Phone masal. Mungkin hodi wela imbas. Sumari we o kosmos si takaliten. Mate. Belum mate we. Jumpa sana. Kalau hau lakun naran Hieronymus. Mulai hola pertama saya ai tahun 92. Itu orangnya tambah memalukan tane ba osam. Kami masyarakatnya osan notan ne osan ini makrai lerek. Sehingga kami kalan mus. Latoba ya fatin lebe magnowani pasti kami ini. Memang wani ne kami kan pawir dah hobi dah. Sehingga walaupun kalan pun nemos tetap kami sane sae. Dan laku kami saya nemos huri besi hudari ne no kerenyan ahan kami tu rosti. Laku ya kedan. Jadi kami kalau nemos halat tu ini kan ahan nanis.
Ote piat Lorisa wani turu. Buatet nakot na amos pusta pamilya sekolah nemo si makop medok makuru bot menola ibu amis no.
Sekolah itu biasa magne. Siapa be?
Buatet
lah ini sih.
Kami no ical ruar-ruar liya.
Itu kali mana?
Mikhail Asur. Jadi hewan ini nahu hore amini bein abo uluk nahu dan wani dia dari nanis. Jadi ami memang saya tahu dia ni akan halok nak haak wani nei hana vejei biar tundok ami volumos mai antang kahi wani nei biar logmos mai tamsalia faitian pa ami iha nah negara Indonesia nih termasuk lokeu ini serba adat dari bawah nih.
Kiro metan ne koba metan tuh tangsa metan wani tuh wani makai wani ini bolu wani ya kau tahu buat ke bahagia mau wilorok dahulorok makna tambahnya dia luli buat murid ini saya luli petang oh wilorok oke saya buat murid saya luli makas buat itu ulukan buat nahan ya dahulorok yang beringas kalau buat murid cepat wilorok yang buat murid
kalau dia maitian tina nei telah saka tina holi la maitian tina nde dalam ruah naik tina nde dalam ruah fulan hat isinida fulan sanulu isinida fulan hat bubur funan fulan sanulu sukabil funan tambahnya biar fulan hat udan mos ami sakade inyak menon to tiang ami la sakala bele fulan sanulu ne maimos ami sakade sakawa pertama homenon ami hodi fahi metan ida bawa nain ne maknaran isat ne hake dahulorok builorok ne kan nain ne ne kan foho ne kan rai naran isat anda katak tia poin mai lok poin mai itaba hamos nekan hun kotu tali tawek lalelo ta odan kalan nalawat tuku hitu ami hari terasa laluan no hane mata
Haukan naran Dominikus Moruk. Haufan niha. Tapi saya si umametan lokeo mai henia. Haukon bein feto osi lokeo. Umametan lokeo. Haukon bein manen osi niha. Terus wanine ayumene uduk haukon bein dan naran bites. Nyakuda aine odi hasai mama fui takan nya mungkin ami sidak muris terus ya pater mosden ami makseki la muris no dau terus nyebot dia fenomena tama to tinan itu onannya tama.
Kalau awalnya sudah kelihatan, Naran nama Albertus Perik. Saya ini makausi, makausi ki. Saya ini tan per maknali wasuk. Hobi. Tan ini ta saya ini hola tambah doit no. Pani ini ta hola dia. Wah. Nyampuin ami saya harus hoan tambah nih. Lalu buatnya ibu, emalan saya. Lilin morfolin, manuin morfolin, akhirnya ami saya. Isin tambahnya tukizu, tak aduk hadiah. Aku tahu nyeri. Ya, kami tamu. Kalau Bapak Berunu ya kan kurumak Albertus. Tebes. Tambah nia saya ai holawani hau sirai ber. Iya nia hau saya ba pertama hau dorus kabun. Dorus kabun nutu babua. Aku akta aine maka nune rau to sialati naka harikan nune terus ai lolo nija to onawa faluan hanunabe faluan tuir ihenia saya aimos amikan guru makna Asia sia makna norinami tambah ami perai hanonoba waniwen lahetan diaglu saya ai ya dihetan doi ni hoto ni laan ke doi baris ulah tu tane tambah doi Saya laku satu mah baju merah tuh. Laku gitu. Oke. Holek. Hai, holek. Dia hai ni. Ona ba. Hai, lek tan. Kurang wae. Lagu kar. Mameno lagi. Oka minus ini. Sempa. Sama dia lagi dia, ayo punya. Oh. Hai, lagu. Lihat no, terang gitu. Terus. Tidak. Oh itu walau kita harus nak walan mau aja. Nela waris ini tambah Hilaru ada ini. Ini buat dulu kah?
Nomor tesi lah, nomor isi lepas.
Saya lain luar nama lain mutar dia kan.
Masalah dia.
Rai
Ulun deh, ada itu mau ulun dah halu tengah kutek ni tahu hela.
Nyan.
Ai.
Kalau mau coba bikin jadi. Anda no. Lano. Dan. Wajib ni. Lari buat. Pale. Ya, buatnya air macam Ah, nah.
Olah mati ni. Mereka lah.
Sekarang. Wih ni full. Oh, kaya nak berjalan lagi berkama. Saya biar tadi pun tak tahu fetak.
Buang lagi.
Mereka buat ni.
Loi malu. Buat ni jangan lo buat.
Mana ni kita paling rumah babe. Mana kalau katin?
Enggak kalau di gambar aris ni.
Ini mana malah. Mulu hari tu angka. Lahu. Ana amos apa suti. Tidak belelas tabako lolon 5. Lolon hat, sikun hat, lolon je baklane taka. Supaya sia tamatian saya ni kela belena. Metino tostian. Kano karhahi ya rohan terakhir ami suku takane nebek takatos sia tamaona filanika laina tan beina aktian beina rukatian
nenek kesukaan di mana nama?
Amalaya tu kena mai.
Ada banyak yang Nah, kusia. Nih jajan. Ini gua maksimal lah. Oh,
Wah, seru ni kan tambah apa?
Ini laku saya lihat mau sama
Nenek terjane Los Indonesia dilai Timur Leste hanya sakidane tan ami ia naik keluarga Timur Leste mohu naik ami naik nuang koba 5 lain naik nuang koba 3 deh tan dia mak naik dahu lorok naik bui lorok sianisaan taraan ia letenaba ia asnaba ami laik laran mesti tuir deh los ami kiciba doid lai Tos ami hakarat pohola ho tandoit lalena. Neter no adat no luli niek nakara. Ami kan lia tehem ninimbane tehembane ibu nakotu lia nakotu.
So that's a brilliant documentary of a now very rare custom. And it's time now to ask some questions of Balthasar. So Balthasar, I will begin by asking you, where were they? Were they, when they were conducting the ceremony, were they in Timor-Leste or on the other side of the border in Indonesia?
The other side of the border, that's West Timor.
Uh-huh.
Just a stone throw from the border.
And the people that you are related to?
Yes, they are.
They're your family?
Several of my brothers.
Your brothers, yes, I saw some
4 of them.
Some familiar features there, yes. So that must have been a wonderful experience to be with your family for that custom.
They met you in Dili years ago.
So that border was established, I believe, by the Portuguese many hundreds of years ago. Is that correct?
In 1859, and it was not finalized until 1916. It went through war after war, and in 1895-96 was the biggest war the Portuguese ever faced, which involved the killings of 25 Portuguese soldiers, including the captain and also 8 high officers who went to the border to pacify the rebel kings.
So this is a traditional kingdom on both sides of the border. So tell us something about this traditional kingdom.
The 5 kingdoms, and when Timor was divided, the land and the people and also tradition were actually undermined and also divided, and that was quite painful for the people. So people revolt against that. That's including my great father and great mother. Both of them, great grandfather was the king of Lokeo, and then great grandmother was queen of another kingdom.
So you have your own royalty. I heard one of the Laku referring to his mother as being from the palace of a particular kingdom.
Yes. That's.
So your people in this kingdom of Lukia have fought off both the Dutch and the Portuguese colonizers, yes?
Yes, they did. So it was in 1895-96 was the biggest war that Portuguese ever faced. And after that, followed by the Manufahi War in 1911 and 1912.
And it's a wonder that these villages have been able to survive and these traditions have been able to survive, because after the Portuguese left in 1975, there was the terrible Indonesian occupation of Timor-Leste, and then with the plebiscite in, I think it was 1992, there was the civil conflict, and the Indonesians closed the borders. So this must have made it very difficult. So tell us please, how the people of this Kingdom of Lokia have been able to continue these traditions in such terrible circumstances.
Well, they still continue. They have along the borders, because the refugees have when they start in 1859, when the island was divided by the Dutch and the Portuguese, and you have the refugees, and then the destruction of the kingdoms, three kingdoms, in 3 days' time in 1896, and then 75 when Indonesia went to East Timor and refugees, and then 99 after the referendum, refugees. But people still maintain the tradition in spite of the colonization, in spite of the Christianity, Catholicism. You know, the people who are involved in this film, all of them are Catholics, but they still maintain the tradition. And not an element of Christianity is in that ceremony.
Yeah, sorry, the plebiscite was in 1999, yes.
Yes.
Now, I understand that the ceremony has not been continued in Timor-Leste, is that right?
Still continue the other side, not in other part of Timor-Leste, but along the border of the
Only along the
five kingdom. Yeah. Yes.
Mm. And was it more widespread before the wars?
Yes, mainly in this area along the border. In other part of West Timor, they also have this tradition, but they also, the ceremony is conducted in a Christian way, or the prayers with Christian prayer. But this one still maintain the traditional prayer in classical language, a classical local language. It's very poetical.
So do tell us about, now I'm trying to remember the terms, Buick, Loric, and what's the other one?
Daulorok.
Daulorok. So tell us about that, please. Explain that.
So bees are seen as this is a respected name for bees and also for other animals. So bees, Loro meaning the enlightening one, or the sun. Dahor, that's female name, and Buik also female name. So just everything is related to the enlightening one, the so-called Maromak. And Maromak is the deity, was one who is enlightening. So it's both. That's female and male, and also neutral. So the bees are seen as this the manifestation of female manifestation of the enlightening one.
So they're like angels.
Yes, that's so they have to be treated respectfully. And so you see the black stone and also black small piece of cloth. The symbol, not only the color for the color of the bees, but also the symbol for the invisible round. So ancestors, they are in invisible realm for us, but we are visible for them. Because they are spirit. They so-called in local language kukun kalan, meaning the darkness of night, which is for us, a living one, but not for them. For them, everything is visible.
So you said invisible row. I don't quite understand.
Invisible domain.
Domain.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see. So the spirit world.
Yeah, the spirit world. Yes, that's it.
Yeah. And you grew up in this area as a child, yes?
In Portuguese Timor, yes. And then later on, several years in this area.
Yeah.
So we move around because of the war and along the border.
Yeah. And have you been to one of these ceremonies before in your childhood?
Many times. It was much better than this. It was, because it involved several villages. So more people, more women, and then we had like singing and dancing around the big tree, ancient tree, with many people, and also the singing by women and also by men. This one is very small, happened to be, it's not a good season for bees only, and the tree is very young tree. And few years ago, like one of our trees in East Timor, it had that in 2012, it has 400 honeycomb bees. This one only is 5 or 7. And last year they have just better season, so many bees and many trees. And one of my brother have about 400 liters of honey from different trees.
And so the honey is taken from very large trees, is that right?
Yes, right. Yes.
And they're wild bees?
They're wild, yes.
They're not European bees?
No, this particular. So when European bee was introduced to people were laughing, and they just don't understand it, because bee is just so secret for them. And in the past, they used bees for war, bee and wasps.
They used the bees for what?
For during the war against the enemy.
Ah.
And,
how so? Explain that further.
Well, they prayed first before they prayed to the ancestor, to the enlightening one, to allow the bees to come out and just chase the enemies. But certain strict rules have to be followed ethically and spiritually by the people. Otherwise, it would not work.
I saw a reference in the film to the cornfields that used to grow, which attracted more bees, but people are not planting so much corn now. When did people stop planting the corn?
During President Suharto's rule of Indonesia, because it was become the monoculture of the rice. The monoculture rice is introduced as the main staple, but before rice was not the main staple. We have corns and fry and other things, other staples. So then the growing of corn and other staples reduced. So it's not only corn, but sorghum and millet and pumpkins. So pumpkin flour is also good for produce good nectar for honey, for bees.
And are people, the people of Looka planting crops in order to attract bees with the absence of corn? Are they planting other crops to attract the bees?
No, they now the bees, it depends on the what's the flowers of certain trees, including gum trees.
And so the harvest of honey has become reduced over the years, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
So to have people acknowledge this as an environmental loss?
It is really an environmental loss, and also there's not only the destruction of the forests because of the logging, and so people have, especially young generation, have abandoned the traditional practices of the sacredness of the environment and of the forest and the trees.
Are there efforts to restore this environmental tradition and the customs here in Looka and elsewhere?
Yes, that's it. In Looka, especially in West Timor, as this under one of my young brothers, my young siblings, that with people from different villages, they want to restore this kind of revival of this tradition.
So, Balthasar, we have about 2 minutes left, I believe, before this session ends. Is there anything else that you would like to say so that we understand better what's been conveyed to us in this marvelous film?
It's actually the sacredness of nature, the connection between human beings and then other beings, including these the bees and other animals, and also other the trees and plants. And they have the particular names. Yeah. For example, the crocodile is given as very respect names. That's the old king or old man, also certain birds, and they are seen sometimes as the manifestation or avatars of the ancestors or the enlightening one, called Maromak.
Well, thank you very much, Balthasar, for spending time with us today in this session and allowing the Indigenous Knowledge Institute to show Wild Honey, the film that you made with Lisa Palmer. And I see that you and Lisa and Quinn and others translated, and you've given us an extraordinary insight into your homeland and your people, and I thank you very much.
Thank you for your interest in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Balthasar and Marcia. And of course, Lisa, that's just an amazing insight into an island to our shores in Australia, and yet so few of us know a lot about. I can hear an echo. I don't know why. Maybe mute at somebody else's end, please. Okay. So this brings the first Knowledge Intersection Symposium of the Indigenous Knowledge Institute at the University of Melbourne to a close. We've seen brilliant presentations from across the vast expanse of the Australian landmass and internationally from across 4 continents today. And I sincerely thank all presenters and chairs, as well as everybody out there in the audience for being here with us. It's been a fascinating journey. As inaugural director of the Indigenous Knowledge Institute here at the University of Melbourne, I'm exceedingly grateful to be able to work with such wonderful people and ideas every day. And I thank you all for your extraordinary generosity and contributions, and for joining us here at this really important event. We were treated to brilliant presentations today. We were given an amazing welcome to country by Stacey Piper from Jitty Jitty Aboriginals Dance, who joins the University of Melbourne as an Atlantic Fellow for Social Equity next year. We saw 4 great panels on global perspectives on cultural continuity and change, with speakers from Taiwan, Brazil, Aotearoa and Australia, sky knowledge and performance traditions in the Australian desert and Torres Strait Islander traditions, engineering and aquaculture and Indigenous knowledge practice, focusing on the UNESCO World Heritage listed site, the Budj-Bim cultural landscape, and finally just now, a screening and discussion of the East Timorese film, Wild Honey, Caring for Bees in a Divided Land. I also want to thank our partners at Offstage Events and Mark and Rebecca, who are amazing, from Sweeney Interpreting for helping us to produce today's look and feel, and to Ananguku Arts in Adelaide for providing important speaker access so that they could present. Finally, my deepest gratitude and thanks go to my amazing team at the Indigenous Knowledge Institute at the University of Melbourne, Kirsten Clark, our manager, our producer and project officer, Brittany Carter. Those two, in terms of presenting today, are the absolute experts, and we couldn't have anybody better in those roles. Also there at IKI is Associate Professor Michael Sean Fletcher, Director of Research Capability, and thanks also to my research associate, Anthea Skinner, Dr. Anthea Skinner. Also, we're wonderfully lucky to have such great leadership at the University of Melbourne, including but not limited to our VC, Professor Duncan Maskell, Associate Provost, Professor Marcia Langton, who just chaired the last session, and our incoming Pro-Vice Chancellor Indigenous for 2022, Professor Barry Judd, who chaired the 2 sessions previously. We look forward to seeing you all again at next year's Intersection Symposium at the IKI around this time in 2022. It's also with great sadness that this ends the 20th Symposium on Indigenous Music and Dance, held by the National Recording Project for Indigenous Performance in Australia. And thanks to all of our partners there in delivering this at the University of New South Wales, the University of Divinity, and the Musicological Society of Australia. Thank you to everybody who participated over 3 days in this important event for your outstanding presentations and contributions. The Musicological Society of Australia also gives a prize for the best postgraduate student presentation at the Symposium on Indigenous Music and Dance every year, and we'll be announcing that prize in a later closing ceremony at 6 p.m. Melbourne, Australia time. So thanks to Dr. Pay Linda Ford and Professor Clint Bracknell in helping to adjudicate the award of that prize. Tomorrow, for people in Melbourne, Australia, there is a live screening of the new Yolngu film, Damein, Caretaker of Pregnancy and Birth, on campus at the University of Melbourne in the Kenneth Meyer building. The address of that is 30 Royal Parade, Parkville, and that is from 3:30 to 5:45 p.m. Melbourne time. This is a jointly hosted event by our Indigenous Health Equity Unit, the Indigenous Studies Unit in the School of Population and Global Health, and the Indigenous Knowledge Institute, with our very valued partner, the Lovett-Murray Institute. Tickets for this are going quite fast, so please check that out on Eventbrite, and hopefully you can come along. We look forward to seeing everyone again next year around the same time in 2022 at the 21st Symposium on Indigenous Music and Dance. That will be hosted by the Indigenous Knowledge Institute at the University of Melbourne and run jointly in collaboration with the International Council of Traditional Music's second study group symposium on Indigenous Music and Dance, chaired by Professor Marcia Langton. I've been Aaron Corn, and it's been my absolute honour to be with you here over the past 3 days. Thank you all, and go well.